Oh no, what happened to Nordo?
He's dead.
He died.
Oh no!
Fished up one too many quippers.
All right. So with that 26, here's what you would know, and then I'm going to tell you this, and then I'll let you type it me over on Telegram while we jump to the rest of the group.
No problem.
You would know that there's nothing inherently within the biology or the structure or the nature of fiends and demons and devils, where if they like agree to a thing, they are bound to it. However, within the hells, there is a very powerful, and this actually applies to some other extraplanar areas too. Celestials abide by the same thing. There is something called the Court of Souls that allows a binding contract to be made when it deals with the transference of souls. And in order for that sort of contract to be made, there's a very specific, very magical process that has to be gone through. Both of the participants need to be willing. They both have to sign with blood. There's like a whole shebang to it. So it's not like you can just kind of make a verbal deal with Crybaby and be like, oh, okay, that's binding now. In other words, it's not as strong as like some of the legends you might have heard about Fae. And even Fae are not universally bound to deals like that, but it is very common for the more powerful ones to be. But with your 26 in religion, you would know that if this thing is a fiend, it might have the capability to create such a contract, but it kind of seems not intelligent enough or powerful enough within the circles of hell to do that. That's the sort of thing that is typically reserved for like very, very powerful devils, and they will usually only do it if they like think they can get your soul out of it. You could certainly try, but based on your earlier rolls, any attempts that you make to do it are not really accepted. He's been difficult to reason with, and your attempts at persuasion have gone poorly, to put it lightly.
That's fair.
Yep.
I'm not the most persuasive. So this is what we're gonna do. I'll type it at you.
Yeah, type it at me on Telegram, because real quick, we're going to jump over to Ace and Vasu, and then we're going to jump to Flick, and then we'll see where we're at. So Ace and Vasu, you've heard all of this going on. Let me pull you back over to the map. You saw that Flick tried to run through to do something to bring Nomad back through, and was basically flung through the door unconscious. He's covered in these tooth marks that are kind of wrapped around his neck and the side of his face, and he appears unconscious.
At least he's stable.
Not currently stable. We're kind of out of initiative because I get the feeling you guys are not planning on running right back in there, but I've been wrong before. So Ace and Vasu, what do you guys want to do with Flick?
Is the door open or closed? Because I know he got thrown through the doorway, but is the door...
Door is closed. He was thrown through and it was slammed shut. With that said, you saw Flick push his way through it, so whatever is holding it shut is probably not super strong.
Yes, because Ace is the apex of strength.
Right.
I mean, if it was Flick.
Of note, I know I mentioned it sort of offhand at the end of the last session, but Vasu and Nordo were each carrying one of the healing potions we got 1,000,000 years ago, so Vasu should still have one on him. It's not like in the cart or on the ship or anything. Because we gave them to the two people with the best movement.
Yeah, I know Vasu has the thing. Is Vasu here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Vasu?
Yes.
How's it going?
I'm alright.
Okay,
Been better. I could complain, but I'm not gonna.
Maybe you should take Flick and get out of here.
What are you gonna do?
I can't leave Nomad.
I can't leave you.
I can't get you guys killed because of my stupidity.
You're only here because it's my thing.
Oh, good, he is alive.
Unconscious, talking in his sleep, but it's fine.
Do you have a potion on you? We need to get him back up, but
I can't tell. Is this a potion or some sort of sports drink? I don't do this.
Honestly, they're like the same thing.
All right. Well, I feel kind of weird about like doing stuff involving another guy's lips while they're asleep. So like, if you want to give it to him.
Okay, I take the potion from him and I just put it in Flick's mouth.
All right. I'm gonna try to head on up there and see if we can get some help I think that's a good idea.
We won't. Help is going to take a very long time to get here. Maybe you should just take Flick and go.
So
I mean, I'm still coming back down.
have you guys fed him the potion?
Yeah, I just gave him the potion.
Okay, he is bleeding out, or he was. Go and roll healing for Flick. And Flick, as this starts to kick in. Flick, you felt this searing pain across your back, your left shoulder, side of your neck, up your face, and then you kind of faded into blackness and coldness. You've become somewhat familiar with the feeling of the crushing depths. And you start to hear this voice that kind of booms through the water all around you. It ripples, it echoes, it kind of travels through your chest as you feel it. It's deep at first, like a rumble, but then it gets more human, more recognizable. And you start to hear this feminine voice that you're somewhat familiar with. The voice of Sapphire. And it's just kind of, wake up. Wake up. Come on, wake up.
Do I wake up?
Give me a charisma save.
He's in a coma.
You try to fight, try to respond, try to wake up, try to remember that this is some sort of a dream or a vision or something supernatural, and you push and you struggle and you start to kick and swim upwards towards the surface, and then there is a boom, and there is just this awful kind of sickly orange light that rises up from the depths below you, and you can see that there are these two pricks of black in sort of a triangular shape, coming from an otherwise nondescript plane, just a surface of orange light that is rising up from below you rapidly. And you hear one low, guttural, "Wake up," that sort of resonates and vibrates all around you, and then you cough and you sputter, and you are back with Ace and Vasu in this little chamber. You're kind of dribbling some of this potion across the sides of your mouth. You cough some of it back up. You do get the 6 health.
I'm like cradling Flick. Hey, wake up. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. I'm sorry, Flick. This is not my fault. You should just get out of here.
You're only here because of me, so...
And that is what Flick wants to say, but as he tries to talk, there is just coughing. There's something stuck in your throat, like you're choking.
Does he look like he's choking to me?
It probably looks like it. You're pretty trained in medicine, right? You can see he kind of like reaches up to his throat. He's coughing, but not much is getting through. He's making like the chest convulsion motion, but there's not a lot of air that's actually able to escape.
I give him the Heimlich maneuver.
All right, give me a medicine check.
Unless Vasu is better at medicine. I am not proficient in medicine.
I am not either, but I have a +4.
That's better than what I have.
All right. Hey, hold on. You're choking or something.
Woo! Okay. With some help, as you both try to remember how this is supposed to work, it takes 3 or 4 big lunges. Flick your
Punch
vision.
him in the chest.
Flick, your vision almost starts to go black again. But then all at once you feel air escape and then refill your lungs. You gasp, you draw to your force, and you can see that you've coughed something up.
Oh no.
It looks
Sorry.
kind of stony and opalescent at first, and it's kind of this, I don't know, like a shell or a rock or something about the size of your fist.
A baby.
Yeah, that's definitely
Alright.
like an egg or something.
After I breathe for a second, I'm gonna pick it up, I guess.
Alright, as you pick it up, you kind of go over to it, and you can see that it is a nautilus shell of some sort. It's got kind of like this pearlescent color to it, but inscribed on the side of it, you actually can't tell if it's like manufactured or natural shape, but right in the center of this nautilus, there are 3 little dots that are the same shape. That is the worst drawing I've ever done in my entire life. Let me draw that properly in a second. But right in the middle of this spiral of this nautilus shell are the same 3 black dots that you saw in the orange field rising up from below you for just a moment.
What is that?
Well, it looks like a shell.
Okay, we gotta teach you to chew your food better.
I don't think I ate this.
Okay,
but
we should focus, guys.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that Nomad does stupid things, but it sounds like he has a plan, and it may not be a good one. Who knows? But I can't leave him down here. But it's very dangerous for all of us.
Well, as I was saying earlier before I started gagging on this, you guys are only here because of me, so I feel like I'm responsible for this, if not more so.
What was he saying to us? I couldn't understand him.
Basically, he just... Oh. He wants a friend, I think, which is why he wants Nomad, but I guess he just wants one because he threw me out, as you saw.
We also did attack him.
I mean, it's fair.
Nomad! Nomad!
Wait for Feck to get these.
Let me check a
Okay.
thing real quick to see if he's able to respond.
That's terrifying.
It's okay. I'm not blocked by any barriers.
As I say,
Long
I've got
as
I've got message too, which I would try before I fly up and try to get everybody else.
Yeah, because part of my plan absolutely involves contacting you.
Okay. The first part of all that goes as planned. You are buying some time and you are able to communicate, so you can respond if you'd like.
Yeah. All is well.
Is it though? What is?
It
What do we
is.
do?
I require some haste. One moment. There's a pause. I am back.
Give me the short version. What are we doing?
I need everyone behind the gate. The fastest of you must fetch. The others. Bring Yule. Her bonnet will help you fall without being hurt.
Not all of us can use the bonnet though.
The bonnet casts featherfall.
For one person.
No, it affects multiple people. I have seen it.
Out of character, I'm pretty sure hers had the good effect, so it actually does cast the spell, not just on the person, but actually on... Like,
Do you need us to leave the area then?
I need you all to draw your weapon and prepare to attack.
After we get everyone, or right now?
You may prepare now, but I need everyone behind the gate.
All right. Be
Okay,
careful.
is this telekinetic? Or
Yes, it would be telekinetic.
So, yeah.
I'm also saying what I'm like.
Yeah.
I'm like repeating his words out loud.
can I
Oh.
roll insight on that?
Sure.
May I also roll insights? It's like my whole character thing.
Sure, go for it.
And please do not be alarmed.
Nomad, give me your choice of like persuasion, performance, or deception.
How do I roll emotionless calm?
That's probably performance.
Okay.
Or, I mean, performance or deception, either one really works.
By that I mean it's the same thing he always has. He just doesn't emote, right? So what's that? How do I do that? We'll go with like persuasion since
Sure.
he's being truthful.
Even if you're not using emotion, your words might change from what they usually are.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Vasu, it seems like he's the same level-headed, totally rational person that he's always been. Ace, he is buying time for you, and he is not telling you what he's doing to buy that time, but he's being truthful. He's not lying about anything, but you get a sense of urgency that he is not conveying to you.
Ace killer parties. Oh no.
Okay, Nomad, be careful. I'm trusting you. Please come back. All right, we need to get behind this other side of this grate, guys.
Alright, Flickcase and Vasu, what's the plan? You guys fetching everybody else?
Yeah, I will fly up and gather everybody else. I imagine Ace and Flick will probably just stay down here.
Alright.
Unless they can.
Hide in the darkness like my thing.
Yep, but I'll do that feather cloak dash up, which I think is
Yeah, that'll get you there in less than a minute to get to the top.
cool.
And then probably like another 2 minutes to wind your way through all the stairs and doors and everything, and it's probably about 10 minutes round trip to get everyone up and down.
But yeah, I've got 2 charges on it. One dash is 120 feet in a straight line, so I'll probably just dash straight up as far as that gets me.
Well, if we use Yule's bonnet, they can all just feather glide down, can't they?
Yeah. Well, Yule can do it for herself. Moat can do it for everybody else, but his has a limited charge. So let me double check.
I can just do it. I can float down, I think.
Yeah. Basically, it's going to be a difference between like 7 minutes to get everyone down and 15 minutes to get everyone down, based on whether or not Moat wants to burn his Featherfall, which he gets back in an hour.
Nope, gotta save it.
Okay, perfect.
Listen here.
So Vasudeva comes rushing out to the top, and Nordo's cooking fish over the fire. And he's like, "Hey, Vasudeva, supper's is about ready. We don't want to round everybody up."
Oh, that sounds wonderful. And I like sit down. I like grab a plate. And then I'm like, oh shit, hang on. Okay, we gotta get back down there. I know we were gonna like wait until midnight and stuff, and we were just supposed to do some scouting, but shit hit the fan real quick.
Say no more.
Yeah, there's like some. We found that crybaby thing. It's got a bunch of eyes and tentacles, and it mutates people just by looking at you. Like, I might not look like I got it too bad compared to Ace. He grew a second fucking head, but I mean, it's awful. I got paper skin, hollow bones. My feathers made out of glass, and look at me. My beak just comes right off.
There's like a little chip that kind of like breaks off as he's talking.
Where's everybody else? They still down there?
Yeah. Nomad is kind of locked in there with it, trying to make friends with it, or being forced to try to make friends with it, or something along that line, I guess.
Trying to make friends with it?
Yeah, it's real complicated. We gotta get down there.
Then. Let's
Yeah.
get going.
Time is of the essence. We should be alarmed.
I just motioned for Elise to get her weapon and follow us, since no one can actually talk to her up here.
Alright, yeah, she gets
I can
the idea.
message to her.
She's also picked up
Okay,
enough
message.
basic
I'll
comment to understand. Like,
I'll message over to Elise. They're like, hey, we gotta go.
okay,
Get your shit together.
okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell.
It's okay.
For what
in
it's
the
worth.
foreign language.
Actually, never mind.
Alright, y'all head down. Take a leap of faith. Pop Moat's Featherfall, unless he's actually saving it.
No, I'll use it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And after about 7 or 8 minutes, you guys have all made it back down to the bottom of this chamber. And I should probably move some things, actually.
While we're falling for 7 minutes, is anybody who's falling missing health?
I'm trying.
I'm missing like 8.
Notably,
I'm
Featherfall
missing
only lasts
11.
a minute.
Yeah, so the shaft is 580 feet tall, and 1 minute of Featherfall should be enough to go 600 feet. So it's kind of close, but you guys do make it.
Okay, Vasu can take the 7, Nordo, you can take the 9.
Thank you.
Thank you much.
Absolutely.
Also, if anybody has like sanctuary or anything that could protect me,
Everyone behind the gate.
I'm so squishy right now.
Where's Nomad?
He's
Behind that
on the
door.
other side of that gate
Yeah.
with the crybaby.
What the fuck are we
Having
doing out here then?
He has a plan.
You've been
Fuzzy.
able to sort of maintain occasional connections with Nomad. He pings you about once every 30 seconds, just to make sure you're still there and see where everyone is.
Do we need to be behind the gate always, or can some people be near the door?
Does the door or gate, whatever it is, open inward or outward? Does it?
This door opens outward. This gate looks like it could slide into a slot in the wall, but it is currently already open. So if you want to close it, you'd have to like pull it across in front of.
Gotcha. So I mean the door.
Yeah, door opens outward.
Yeah, I coordinate people behind the door. It opens outward. My out or their out?
They're out.
Okay. So yeah, you can stand outside the door. I was just worried you were gonna get smashed against the wall.
That
And
19
stuff.
is for you, Flick.
Ooh, that's good.
Ooh, that is good. Ooh, man.
Also, I'm
Secure
gonna
door.
hide.
As I step up to the door, I don't just like put my ear up to it. Do I hear anything on the other side?
Give me a perception check.
Can I also make a perception check with advantage because he's 100 mark still?
Sure. Woo. Nordo, listening to the other side, I believe this is your first time down here, so you hear the sound.
Wait, that was higher than that. I rolled performance instead of perception, so it should be like really high. It should be like a 26.
Gotcha. Okay.
Don't forget your minus T4, blood curse boy.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You took the sign off me during the last session, so I thought it went away.
No, it's still up. Spoiler alert, it's up until you sleep.
Still a nat 20 though.
Yeah, very good either way.
Still a 22.
Still a 22, that's great for Nordo, you hear the sound of distant dripping water, a little bit of rushing wind. Sounds like a big open, cavernous sort of expanse with distant water down below. Ace, with the help of your magic, you don't really hear so much as feel with your spell that he is pretty far from the other side of the store, and he seems to be kind of over in this direction.
Hey everyone, be careful. He's not in front of the door. He's in this direction.
Holy
He's
shit,
around the
you
bend.
have a second head.
Yeah, when you get down here, by the way, Ace has a second head on top of his first head.
Is it under my hat?
And Flick has these long, spiraling tusks.
What the fuck happened down here?
Crybaby,
Us-
if he can cast spells on you that make you mutate. Be careful.
I was about to say, is it safe to assume that in the whatever 5 minutes it took us to get back down here, that Vasu has sort of recounted what happened, so we have a vague idea what to expect?
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
Okay.
He literally said I had 2 heads.
Well, I know, but just as far as like what the monster does, you know what I mean? I want, even though I out of character know what it does, I want to know if Nordo knows.
He's pretty powerful.
Yeah, when when Elise sees Ace for the first time, she makes a religious sign and crosses her arms in front of her chest and casts a spell on herself.
I give her a thumbs up. Is she a
Just saying.
lich? Can she be our lich friend?
Who knows, man?
It's canon now.
Gale goes over to Ace and like grabs his second head and starts like just messing with it a little and is like, is this vestigial or can you actually feel stuff?
Yeah, also, do I have 2 brains now? Can I like think with 2 heads?
He'd be smarter.
You've still got just the one brain, but you definitely have 2 functioning sets of eyes, and it's taking a little bit of time to adjust to that. When you talk, you feel like with practice you could learn to control one or the other, but right now it's coming out of both. And this kind of like terrible, tritonous, like discordant double voice.
Spooky.
As far as you know, it's still just one head, though. Or one brain, I should say. One mind.
You think it'll kill you if I just chop that thing off?
More than likely. Also, it actually feels kind of nice. Like I feel a little bit like more focused at the same time.
As you guys are talking, there is a sudden shaking, and you hear this wailing noise from the other side.
Well, it's making me really unfocused. So just 1 second before we go in there, and I'm gonna take a bit of rope and tie one of Ace's beaks shut.
I slap your hand away so you don't do that.
It's real unpleasant hearing two voices at the same time. It's kind of like when Nomad tries to use his real voice.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just have to suck it up. This is kind of a dire situation.
I know, but you're not going to be very quiet that way, is what I'm saying. And I know you need stealth.
He leans his Ace leans his head down and then gives you like a cocked eye look with his second head.
Oh, that's real unpleasant. Okay, let's get in there.
Say, what's our move? What's Friend Nomad saying in there? Are we supposed to go in after him now?
Has he pinged me back in a while?
It would be about this time that you get your next ping. It probably would happen right as you hear the wailing and shaking, actually. Just coincidentally.
Nomad, what's happening?
Do not be alarmed.
It's a little late for that.
Yeah.
Can I, now that I've let him do this and I'm
Uh-huh.
playing along, get him to like go toward the door and like, you know, introduce him to my other friends? Because surely they'll want to be a part of this group.
Sure, give me a persuasion check. You've been compliant.
Also, tell him I'm sorry. He just startled me.
Yeah, you know, that would be lying, and I'm terrible at that. I'm terrible at everything, to be fair. Anything to do with convincing people to do anything. Here we go.
I mean, Ace is
Hey.
being actually truthful when he says that.
Yeah.
You start to like try to be like, oh, we should go to the door. You should meet my friends. And he seems to be just totally enraptured, enthralled with this process of what he is doing with you. And it seems to put him in this like one-track sort of mindset. He's not interested in moving. He's not interested in listening. He's found a new toy and he's enjoying it.
Can I toy my way over to the door?
Sure.
Like, look at me. I cannot walk on arms and on my legs. Look at me.
Okay.
This way.
Fuck. What would that be? Give me a performance check.
God, all these charisma checks.
Yeah, I can't like. You can either try to do it in a hostile way, in which case we're just gonna roll initiative, or you can try to do it in like a cute, innocuous way, and that feels like performance
Me,
to me.
cute, innocuous.
Well, he might think you're cute.
Do I have advantage because I'm a toy right now?
You don't need it. 18.
Oh.
He seems so. We'll say that number 50 is the one that he just got done with. And he really wants to see it in motion, so he's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, let's check this out." So you make your way over to the door, and you kind of like haphazardly push against it so that you're able to get out onto the walkway. And he's just kind of like following behind, watching with some degree of glee and excitement.
Yeah. Keep him patient.
About this time, you've made contact. You've heard from Ace. You know that they're all there.
Yeah. And I am going to open the door. I do not look the way I normally do.
Nomad's a monster. More so than usual. Calm down.
I get my axe out. Yeah.
All right.
How far away is he behind me? Like, where
he's
are
just
we right now?
He's watching from like 15, 20 feet away, and you rolled well on your performance. So if you just want to make it look like you're innocuously trying out your new biology, he'll be like 10 or 15 feet behind you.
Okay. I'll see if I can get him over here.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
About the time you start going for that door, he rushes forward and looks like he's going to try to grab you. Not necessarily out of hostility, but because he wants to make sure you stay down here with him.
Yeah. I'm like, I will remain. Do not worry. We are friends. Try another one of them.
Give me a D100.
Jesus.
I'm here. Try another one of those. I am just being really compliant.
Noticed.
Yeah, here's another. Oh, I don't know what that is. Oh, that hasn't been come up yet.
Oh, it hasn't. That's
Yeah.
interesting. Okay.
Oh no.
Well, have fun with that.
Yeah, I got him closer.
All right. He makes his
just
way
like-
over.
yeah,
And he digs in these two toothed tentacle tongues, and he starts to pull at your back and your shoulder blades until that happens.
I writhe a little, but my voice is like super calm. And I'm like, how far is he away from the door?
What you see is what you got. He's about 10, 15 away from it.
Okay. So I informed the others he is 10 to 15 feet behind me.
Well, I guess it's time then.
And then, like, I say, I kind of move out of the way of the door, kind of just closer, like, so that it doesn't slam me into the wall or something.
Yeah, you're out of its clearance. And you give the signal?
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, can I get him, how far would this be? 15 feet of the door? Can I get him, like, he was here?
Sure, you could have, like, stopped him a little earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just like by the door here. And then I'm going to give them the signal to open the door, and at the same time, I'm going to cast a spell.
All right. If you're trying to do this as like a surprise round, give me. I don't know. He's paying real close attention to you.
Right?
I guess it might honestly just come down to initiative. Like he's watching you closely. He's expecting spells.
Yeah, he is.
All right.
But I'm waiting for them to surprise. And when the door opens and he looks over, I cast a spell.
Okay, sure. Everyone in that group can give me a stealth check if you guys want to try for a surprise round.
I'll roll my initiative now.
Yep. If anyone rolls lower than a 19, there's no surprise round. So
Damn it!
there we go. No surprise round. Turns out.
Does he?
I'm
Yeah.
invisible.
Turns out the thing covered in eyes is really good at not being surprised.
Right?
So he can see invisible things.
I
try
mean,
to
they
sit
just.
down
I'm not truly invisible though.
I
They
try to
just
sit
slam
down
open the
quietly,
door.
But my feathers are made of glass.
But they just slam open a door. That's technically surprising. Let's see. Skills. Time to roll initiative.
Yeah.
Excellent. 7.
Need initiative from Gale, from Yule.
But do their ready actions go off?
Did we have
No, there's no surprise round.
But ready action.
There, you can't ready an action outside of combat. That's a combat mechanic.
Oh.
Yeah, the closest thing you can get to like readying actions is a surprise round. Otherwise, every
Gotcha.
combat would be over in like 2 turns. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're good. Vasu, the plan is to go. The door is sprung open, and you are first to react. You see this thing.
Oh boy.
Just beyond what is left of Nomad, or rather, Nomad plus a bunch of additional features. You can see, first of all, that he is bright red and bloated. He's about 3 times as big as he was before.
Oh god.
He's got claws coming out of his hands, but his hands are now at the end of his feet, and his arms are legs and have weird backwards knees. His eyes are like poking out of these stalks like a snail, and he's got these weird spiraling tubes of flesh coming out the sides of his heads where his ears would be. Oh, and he just got wings too. So he's got these weird leathery wings popping out of his back.
Remember me, you ugly sack of shit. Oh, hang on. I take a second to decide which ugly sack of shit I'm talking to. And then I, being the hot-headed monk that I am, I fly right up to the crybaby. And by right up to it, I mean 10 feet away. And here we go with a spear attack. Cha!
13.
Sure.
No good, unfortunately.
And
no,
here
but-
we go with another spear attack.
16.
Sure.
No good.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Must
here we
run.
go. I need to try this. It's my bonus action to kick. Oh, that hits,
that
right?
hits for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, thank fuck. Okay. I am going to try a stunning strike. Give me a con save.
Ooh.
Yeah, he saves.
Okay, alright.
Fuck. So I managed to kick it and do a little bit of fire damage. Then I see that it's still moving. I'm like, okay, nope, fuck that, and I fly back 20 feet out.
Good call.
And I know it probably has reach, but
It does. I'm checking to see what it is, because you might have been out of it, but I'm pretty sure. Where the hell is it? There it is.
no, leave me alone.
Oh no, it's reach 15. Here we go. Here's his
No.
reaction.
No.
18.
It's a miss.
Woo! Lucky.
Thank fuck, because that would have knocked me out.
Alright, anything else?
No, that was movement, main action,
Alright.
bonus.
So as this door flies open and Vasu comes screaming out of it, throwing fists and flame, a gout of flame catches one of his eyes, and he just begins to howl and shriek and scream. The entire area begins to shake, and as his legendary, he's going to look at, let's see, the three people he can see are Nordo, Moat, and Flick.
Yes! I broke eyesight.
He can see me. I'm around the corner. There's a door.
That might be true, actually. You can see Ace, though.
He also rolled like 25 on his stealth.
Yeah, we'll do
Same.
Ace then. So
I rolled a 26 myself, but I guess I'll take it. So I don't fall anyways.
So Nordo, Moat, and Ace, give me Constitution saving throws. You're looking for a 20.
Can I opt out since I have I stealth the 26?
You're in his direct line of sight, and he has spoiler true sight.
For how far?
Lots. 120.
Okay, I literally cannot roll a 20 for Constitution. I have a -1.
Fair. Well, in that case,
Is it to be stunned, frightened, or charmed?
it is not. It is be mutated.
It's more mutation.
It's more mutations. All right, each of you guys give me a D100.
Oh god.
I call
I
it
hate this this is the worst episode, you guys.
I'm so sorry.
Ooh, I think can't remember if that's good or bad.
Oh, that's horrible. That's bad. Don't.
High is bad.
No, I got.
Moat. You feel one of these eyes lock onto you, and everything around you starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller. The rest of you watch as Moat's head doubles in size.
Just his head?
Yeah,
Does
he's
his
got,
head get any
Donkey
bigger?
Kong mode
it's the
and,
Donkey Kong mode
GoldenEye.
from GoldenEye. Yeah.
Oh. Oh my gosh, it's big head cheat.
Oh, Ace! Ace!
God!
Grows
Ace,
2 more heads.
Your vestigial wing arms grow larger and more feathery and longer
Oh
and
my
more
God.
functional. You have a flying speed of 30 feet as your arms are temporarily full-sized wings.
Does that mean I can't use my arms for attacking things then?
You've still got like a hand there. You can make it work.
Guys, we're keeping this.
Little bird bro's growing up.
Nordo, I'm so sorry. Your entire shell becomes this same paled, brittle bone that Vasu's feathers have turned into.
That's
You're,
bad.
It's very bad. You're vulnerable to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Monk bros.
Monk bro.
Hey.
Except I don't
Glass
have any
canvas
AC.
monk bros.
Alright, Donkey Kong, you're up.
Alright, I just look at Crybaby and like, yeah, you're not so big after all, and I'll just run in there.
Conk your head.
Probably. I will cast a spell. If I can find it.
Ooh.
That's very
nice.
Oh, shit.
Crit smite on a fiend. Crit smite on a
Vasu,
fiend.
you should have just been.
Yeah, so a
I'm not
bunch
staying close to that thing.
Yeah, holy fucking shit. It is a fiend, so you get the bonus damage.
Oh my.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Hold on, that doesn't account for fiends.
That's extra 2d8.
One more.
Yeah, one more.
Sorry, I thought I hit you. My bad.
No biggie. Okay, calculate.
62 damage.
Holy Christ.
Fine.
Moat,
Oh, Ace isn't there. Oh no. I mean, Masu isn't there.
right? Jesus Christ. Moat just comes barreling through, weapon ignites and just cleaves this massive burning scar straight down the middle of this thing. Breaks several of its jaws, cuts through multiple eyes, and leaves just this horrible smelling odor as just mountains of flesh begin to burn.
So after that lands, my eyes kind of go glowy white and spark up for a second, and I spend a sorcery point.
Oh.
Hold on, I may have just lied. Give me a second. No, I didn't. I'm gonna re-roll that d6 and see if I can change it from a 2 to something better.
Alright. Or it's a D8.
Nope. Oh, you're right. I can change that too.
Well,
Nope.
the dice have spoken.
Definitely not.
Worth a shot, though. Alright,
Don't
anything
get
else?
greedy when you deal 62 damage with one hit.
I just want to spend this sorcery point really bad. No, that is it.
Alright, then, from this massive opening that you've carved into the side of this creature, you watch as this little mouth emerges, and it begins to just spray a gout of acid directly towards you. I need a dexterity saving throw from Moat.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, just short. You take 41 points of acid damage, as
I'm
there's
out.
just this backsplash of horrible burning acid. And that brings us to Nordo's turn.
Well, that changes things. So he's bloodied. And I think Norda's of the opinion that we need to just Zerg this mofo and then heal later. So I'm just going to run it. Sort of take a look at Moat and decide better of trying to stabilize him and instead just wail on this motherfucker. This will be reckless.
$20 does hit for 14 slashing.
And then I will do a flurry of blows.
Uh, 13 miss. 21 does hit. You hit a squishy part and you feel something hard under it. You continue to press through and just rip and break for another 8 bludgeoning.
And because I've seen him use his reaction, I'm going to now run the fuck out again.
Good call. That brings us to Ace.
What's my fly speed?
30 feet.
Give me a second. I need to do math. Is he inside? I'm assuming, right?
He is inside that tube, yep.
Then he already used reaction.
It looks like it.
I saw.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm going to shoot both my arrows first.
$27 hits.
Do I need to do the D4?
No, that would hit even on a 4. $27 hits again.
All right, and then I'm going to use my bonus action. I'm gonna hold on. Run up here, and then I'm gonna put my bow on my back, and I'm gonna jump out here, and I'm gonna fly. I have like 40 feet of flight speed. Is he inside the tube, right?
He's
And then-
inside the tube, yep.
Okay, and if he doesn't do anything else, then I'm going to bonus action dash, and I'm going to fly all the way over here.
Sick. Alright, you on top of the tube?
I'm going to try to be on top of this thing.
Cool, yeah, it's like a
Just can't
stone
see it.
dome. Okay, that brings us to Elise.
Can I still see him through the hole?
You can, yep. Elise, 10, 20, 30. She's going to use a bonus action to get Moat up. This is max healing because you're down. So that is actually going to be a 7 health to you, Moat.
God bless her.
And then she is going to point her scimitar at Crybaby. And there's this golden beam that kind of shoots out from it, and you guys watch as these cracks, these gold veins and slivers start to form all over its body, each of its tentacles, its eyes, and in common she calls out, "Now do it!" But before
Can
she
you imagine?
can... What's up?
Sorry, just speculating if she would have done that before Moat's thing, and then he would have done 120 something damage.
So the first thing that happens is he slams several of his tentacles down, and an area around him begins to just twist and morph. There really isn't much biological here that starts to happen, although you do see some patches of like mold and fungus suddenly begin to rapidly grow. But you see that even the metal and stone itself starts to take on these just jagged, aberrant, spine-like qualities, kind of like the spurs that you've seen on the bones. A 30-foot radius around this creature is now difficult terrain, and on your turn, you will feel the effects of some poison that is starting to seep out of these multiple spines, even in the inorganic material. With that said, that's just that. Let's see what he does. Alright, he's going to... Can't really push much closer. So this is going to be on Elise. One more on Elise. Oh my god. Moat for this last one. There we go. 22 for 19 on Moat.
It would hit, but since I'm awake now, I will use my reaction to cast Shield on myself.
Son of a bitch!
Ah.
Okay.
Beautiful.
And then... Oh, who does this? It's gotta be Elise, right? Moat hurt a lot. But Elise got Moat up. Yeah, here we go. This is on Elise.
No!
Woo!
Oh!
Oh, that temporary HP is gone as fuck. Alright, this massive gout of acid just starts to wash over Elise. She throws down one of her shields that's just dripping with it and starts scraping off, kind of howling out in pain. But that does bring us to You'll See.
I'm gonna cast these. I'm gonna move over so I can see down there and then cast.
Woo! Okay, wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast it on all of us.
Perfect. Unfortunately, it does have magic resistance, so that is a 23 it saves.
No.
Anything else?
Nope.
Alright, at the end of your turn, it is going to push its way forward and try to do some more mutations. This time on Yule, Gale.
Right behind Toto, can't you see?
Yule, Gale, and it'll try to do Toto. It doesn't know whether or not you have immutable form, and I don't either.
He does not, because in spite of being a construct, he gets none of the benefits of being a construct.
What?
He gets a jetpack.
Wizards can suck it.
Weird. Alright, I need DC 20 con saves from Yule, Gale, and Toto.
He doesn't have immutable form, he doesn't have resistance to psychic damage or immunity.
What?
It's
That's so
awful.
weird.
You denying that Toto's a real person?
Just a guy in a robot dog costume.
I mean, on the bright side, it does mean you can polymorph Toto into, like, a fucking dinosaur later.
What's his CR?
That's true.
Alright, I need a D100 from each of you. You've each failed.
Is he doing 4 or 3?
3. That first save was himself. That was against the slow.
Okay.
Gale, I think you also got the vulnerability thing, because apparently everybody wants the vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
You have to sleep this shit off.
Yeah, Gale, you feel your joints start to lock up, your skin start to crack and harden. You are vulnerable to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Toto... What the fuck? Toto looks fine at first, but then when he starts to move around and get ready to, like, take his turn, his rear right leg suddenly grows about 3 extra feet long. His walking speed is reduced by 10 feet as he has to, like, awkwardly hobble on his long extra leg.
I thought you were just going to end that at feet.
Oh, yeah.
So 3 extra feet.
And then I need a D100 from Yule.
That's a strong leg.
Oh, sick. Yule roll doubles and gets mutation. Yule, your tail suddenly grows like 3 times as long and gets covered in these tiny little spikes. You can use it as if it were a whip weapon.
Whoopee.
Flick, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna peek around the corner and use my bonus action to aim.
Alright. You do have advantage. 17, unfortunately, is short. It does miss.
There we go.
That one doesn't. And as your impact lands, all of the golden veins from Elise's effect shatter, doubling your damage up to 24.
Ah!
Yay!
You watch as this massive slough of tentacles and eyes begins to roll off of its side, some of it spilling through the cracked glass down there, leaving basically a vaguely humanoid form with 2 or 3 of these large bulbous eyes and a handful of tentacles where they don't belong. This thing is mostly gone, but it is fighting for its life. You can still see the golden key around its neck, dangling from a chain. Anything else?
Nope, that is bonus action and movement.
Alright, Nomad.
Right. So Nomad holds up his orb, and then his eyes just glowing. His red flesh, which changes color anyway. It's probably already red currently because he's a little angry. Just says, "I am sorry, friend Bright Eyes." And he casts a spell for shit damage.
Do you see his health bar?
I was gonna say that might be enough. Oh my god, he fails anyway, so he only takes... Wait, he takes all of that. Yeah, he takes every bit of that. You cast this spell, and the air shimmers around and then suddenly explode. And there is just a chunk of meat and teeth and eyes and leftover acid and bile that sprays onto the floor all around. The ground begins to sort of tremble and shake a little bit, but then slowly over the next few seconds subsides, as Crybaby is no more. Just in time for Gale's turn.
Do we end up changing back, or are we still mutated?
At first, there's no apparent change, but you do watch as his body sort of steams and writhes, as you've seen other fiends do in the past. That all of the twisting and changing in spurs that have grown along the walkway and the stone surfaces slowly begin to fade. And then after like 3 or 4 minutes go by, you'll start to notice that Flick's tusks are starting to slowly retract. Vasu's feathers are starting to either like drop off and be replaced or change back to the normal color. It's going to take probably an hour for everything to fade away, but slowly over the next hour or so, all of your mutations will fade.
I got flying for an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I choose that I molt
You can
and
choose
just
what you
like
molt,
grow
sure.
all new feathers in like an hour? Because that's cool. I want to collect a bunch of these like glass feathers.
Yeah. So
Dude,
for
I'm gonna use these as sling ammo.
for like an hour or so, all of you who had like fur or feathers and mutation get to join Elise in being like furless for an hour as it regrows.
Vasu just looks awful because he's like a naked bird from the top up. And
Are you like
cat
ripped at
from the-
least?
Well,
Seen that?
before that, I'm gonna fly down and look at these weird shiny things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Vasu?
I was just gonna ask if I can still fly while I'm molting.
Oh
'Cause
no.
I want to
no.
check this out too.
Chicken wings.
Yeah, I'll wait.
You chose to molt, so you have no feathers.
That's fair.
Ace, give
Oh god, I'm
me-
so cold.
Ace, give me a nature check.
Can I sell you on investigation?
You can, but you're going to get much less useful information out of it. Okay, so investigating them is not hard because you can just fly right up to them and look at them, and you discover that they are some sort of either mushroom or mold or plant life that has started to grow in here. And they give off these just bright colored bioluminescence signals that kind of fill the entire cavern, which is otherwise dark. However, you do notice that all around you, all of these colors are slowly starting to fade and wither. And even like right in front of your face, these mushrooms that you're looking at appear to be rapidly wilting and dying.
Oh, he mutated them to be pretty. Alright, I do fly back up and get in here.
Alright, Nomad.
Yeah. So I kind of spider walk my way to the body. And I go over to where the head is and I take the necklace. The golden key that we need.
Yeah, you do see when you pick it up, it appears to be the right shape. It's kind of got like this thick bar and then a long card-like slot on the bottom of it. And you do see that etched right into the front of it. There's a relief that appears to be like a carving. Well, there's a word for this, but it's like a bust of a Lakotha woman. And then an undercommon, it says, I, Somalia, head researcher.
This was Somalia. What happened to her?
I'm assuming that she made this, considering he called her his mother on the wall back.
Yeah. The head attached to it, did it look like her?
The head attached to it did not. In fact, it looked more... it looked humanoid. Kind of like a round cranium. No ears to speak of. But it lacked like the gills and the distinct like Lakotha jaw that you would expect from Lakotha.
Wait, he called her his mother?
Yeah, it was over here.
Wasn't that demon that attacked us earlier trying to figure out who killed its mother?
Yep.
May not be related.
I'm sure it's completely unrelated.
Sure, definitely not at all.
Lots of people's moms die all the time. Sorry, that's real insensitive.
Just a little. It's okay.
I'm kind of glad the mutations aren't permanent because I was like thinking, do I have to talk with a lisp because I have giant ass teeth?
Hey, what's
You
up?
want to see the mutations I got?
I would have been great. I would have been happy with mine.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay. I got all these extra feathers now.
You do notice
We can
as you
just
try
make
to
you
like
some wings.
as you try to like gather them up, they do crumple at like even the lightest touch, but you're able to carefully preserve the
Oh
few
no.
of them. Ace, what's up?
So after I fly those mushrooms, I fly to this hole here, and then I'm going to go explore this other area.
All right, as you check out this chamber, where is it? Here it is. You find that you're in this large hemispherical room, and there is the bottom end of one of those black pillars that is suspended a few feet shy of a big metal apparatus that kind of looks like the one up in the observatory. Except this one is connected to this long arm that goes out to the side of the room, and it looks like it can be swiveled and spun all around the room. And you can see that at the end of that arm is a pair of binoculars, as well as some sort of trigger-like apparatus, almost like a crossbow or a gun, that has slots. And you can see resting in one of those slots currently is this broken test tube, and then there is a rack of other test tubes kind of mounted underneath it, and all of those test tubes have also been broken over time.
Okay. Interesting. I guess I'll just look around the room for anything that sticks out.
Sure, give me an investigation.
Is anyone in there? Is Flick helping me look around? I'm assuming he is.
Yeah,
He popped up.
Flick is.
You want to give me advantage? Or do you want to do it? I guess I still have my -4.
I forget what mine is.
Mine's a 8.
I think yours is still better than mine.
As you take a look around, you get the sense that this was probably a combination of some sort of an observatory with the binocular. But this machine has the tools to launch cultures and also other like biotics and applications that they would use to sort of shape all of these cultures that they had sprayed on the walls of this cave. You do also find that this machine has on its controls in Undercommon, there is an energy beam of some sort that can be fired from it. And you kind of get the impression as you're looking through that there are scorch marks along the walls where cultures had been culled and then regrown with this laser. So there's some sort of like they would shoot the fungus out, they would culture it, they would give it chemicals to modify the way that it evolved, and then when their experiment was over, they would use this energy beam to eradicate it and start fresh. But you don't really find much else of use down here. You can tell that he was definitely using this as a lair of some sort. You do find the corpses of a few other mutated creatures. Mostly, you'd recognize it actually because of your experience. There's a couple of drow bodies that are found in here. You find a couple of lizard folk bodies, a couple of kuatoa, some fire newts. But yeah, that's
Hey,
about what I
Gale.
found.
I call Gale over.
Yeah.
There's this really interesting little laser beam. Maybe you could like salvage it and make something out of it.
Absolutely love that.
How big is it?
As you kind of come over and check it out, give me a Tinker's Tools check.
I don't actually know what my Tinker's Tools is, but I think that's it.
It looks about right. So
You should have expertise.
it's some pretty advanced work, but you feel like with some time you could probably strip it out, and if nothing else, you can repurpose the the beam emitter part of it. It seems to be operated by magical crystals that just focus a lot of radiation or radiant damage through a lens into a little beam, like a laser. And that laser has, effectively infinite range. It's a laser. It goes as far as light allows it to before it spreads and becomes not enough damage. But it's got like an effective range of maybe 200 feet or so. And it makes a beam that's about the size of a quarter.
Make it into a weapon for me, please.
I'll see what I can do. No promises, but yeah,
I would be in your debt. Also, everyone, thank you. Especially you, Flick. Thank you for going after Nomad.
Yeah, of course. He's my friend, and I'm not gonna let him die for my sake.
He like walks over and like gives you a hug, but since he's short, he just hugs your leg.
I'm imagining the remnants of the other heads just staring at me while you give me the hug, unblinking and terrified.
I'm also like molting at the same time, so it's just a great sight.
Yeah, during this entire like come down period, Ace's second head is just like slowly deflating like a balloon, and it's just making this wheezing sound the whole time. Just.
Aww.
I love
Kinda
it. God.
sad.
Is it just like is it that kind? Is it like a deflating balloon? And
Yeah,
kind of
with the
pinching
raspberry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Also, by the time Ace gets over here, he's like completely molted, and you notice that he's also like covered in orcish tattoos, much like Nordo is.
Ooh, fancy.
Interesting. Do I recognize any of them by any chance?
Give me a history check with advantage. Probably the only one that you would recognize is where is it? Where is it? It's here somewhere. Fuck, Ace. What's the name of that clan?
That's a good idea. That's a good point. I have no idea.
Fuck, it's here somewhere. It's in my notes.
His own clan?
You would
I
recognize.
feel like you know your class.
NCC?
That's it. Yeah, that's the one. NCC. That's right. So you would recognize the NCC clan. Again, you probably haven't interacted with them a ton, but you would at least recognize their markings. The rest of them, not any like really strong specific meanings that you pick up. You imagine they probably have their own systems for tracking things that are important.
Sure.
I don't know, Ace. If you have anything that he might recognize with an 8, feel free to like call it out.
Maybe. I mean, there's some pictures of animals. You could just ask him.
He doesn't. He doesn't want to pry, but he does look down and kind of look over them curiously. But then he looks at you and says, "Little orc, you want to run off and get yourself killed? That's your business. But if you could just come and gotten us all, we would have helped you out with this. This could have gotten ugly."
Yeah, well, I wasn't planning on engaging it, but it kind of snuck up on us. We tried to run, but it got nomad pretty quickly, and I can't leave him behind. He's my blood brother.
I understand. I'm not faulting you for what you did, but maybe in the future it'd be better for us all if we stick together.
I did recommend everyone come with. You guys didn't seem to want to. But I held no ill will. I got to fly, so I mean, I'm not too upset about it. Of course. I mean, you might notice some tattoos. They look like they might just be like signs of like feats he's done.
Gotcha. Cool.
It's really cold now.
An hour or so goes by after you guys have finished exploring and kind of just checking out these areas. Most of your mutations have returned to normal, including Nomad. Nomad's process is especially painful. There are a lot of moments where you hear sharp cracks of bones shifting and rearranging. It's not a pleasant process, but it wasn't really pleasant getting there in the first place, so... but you do eventually go back to normal. Your normal, disgusting, aberrant monster self.
Yeah, there's a lot of eldritch screaming. You know, the same thing he did when he just popped out of the ground in the Colosseum. And the end of it all, he's just like standing straight up. He's got his fingers steepled, and like he shows no signs of like anything having happened. And he's just like, "Ouch."
That didn't look very pleasant there, friend Nomad. You feeling all right?
You are quite correct. It was not pleasant. Perhaps the worst experience of my life, if I remember, Sir Morph. Perhaps
Hey.
second.
Only the worst experience of your life so far.
There's always tomorrow.
Yeah, chin up, pal. You've got a chin, right? Again, did you ever have a chin to begin with?
A chin.
I kind of just I grab a few tentacles and just start looking around under him.
Yes, I suppose there's a chin. I need a jaw to be able to bite things, but then again, I might have a lamprey mouth. I don't know. They don't have chins, right?
Lamprey? No,
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it's just...
Nomad,
You have a very interesting mouth.
Thank you.
I hope I don't ever have to look at it again. And I step away.
It's just
All
it's
right.
just a lot of teeth. There's just so many teeth.
Should we start heading up and exploring the 2 areas that we have access to before the night hits? We have to go to that clean room now.
Yeah. I hand over the key, and I'm
Can
like,
we take a breather for a second?
Yeah, maybe we should
Yes.
rest. That's what we were trying to do before we got into this fight. We need
some
to
rest would be nice.
What time of day is it?
It's probably about 3:34 in the afternoon now.
Well, we should at least go upstairs, at the very least.
Absolutely.
Or
Yeah, Nomad says after handing the key over to Flick.
Ace. Oh, I grab it.
Oh yeah, Ace grabs it. And Nomad says that was indeed the most grueling experience I have had so far. And I look forward to more grueling experiences in the future if I experience them with you. Thank you for coming back.
Is he saying this to everyone or just someone?
To everyone. He's saying it to like Ace so he could broadcast it to everyone. The
And Ace
normal.
does.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Aw,
we're
that's
nomad.
real
We're gonna
touching.
leave you behind.
I'm sorry I hit you that one point. I thought maybe that would help.
It is all right. I have 2 livers. They grow back. No, I do not know the state of my organ.
All right. Hey, Flick, let's go check out that room while everyone's resting.
That sounds like
I
an
am-
awful idea, but let's do it.
I am not coming down for you this time.
Only 2 people can fit there at a time, anyways.
Oh,
And you can't bring weapons, anyways. So
Don't.
I am going
I'm-
upstairs to fish, and I'm staying up there.
I'm going upstairs to bleed out.
all right.
I'm
Friend
going
A.
upstairs to reestablish my class. In its entirety.
Are you deciding to use the new one?
So I'm like in the process of converting everything.
Yeah, it's
Nice. I can give you a
How
second.
do you like it?
I can give you a
Would
second
you-
sheet if that would make it easier.
Yeah. Would you call it like better? I feel like it's got its pros and cons.
It's just different. Like there's elements that are a lot stronger, and then other elements that are a little weaker. But
Mm-hmm.
I think I like the changes overall.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is Toto better or worse? Is the question.
He actually has some skills now, which is nice.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Excellent. Toto is a god.
Still not immune to psychic damage for God knows what reason.
No.
because he's sentient, he's smart.
I would expect at some point in this campaign to get some sort of story reward that makes him like have all the benefits of being a construct. Because that seems like a weird thing
Congratulations.
to not already have.
You're a construct finally, properly a construct. That's kind of like an underwhelming reward. You can now do what normally other constructs can do.
So Flick and Ace, are you guys sneaking off to the sterilization chamber?
Well, before that, I'm gonna go up find Nomad. Is he still like shifting back into himself, or is he kind of like done popping and locking?
Popping in luck.
At this point, it's been long enough that his morphing is done. He's back to normal.
All right, I go up to him and I kind of like motion him to like crouch down.
Okay.
No, to Nomad, not.
Oh.
Hello, brother bird.
He gives you like a really big hug. You can see he has tears in his eyes. He's like, "Don't scare me like that again." But like when he says it, it's like kind of like a small child voice. Okay, well,
I'm
gonna go.
I do apologize. Please stay close.
All right, come with us. We're gonna go to the sterilization chamber.
What? No, I am so injured and it hurts. Why are we being sterilized?
There's something in that chamber that we need. We can't bring anything. We can't bring clothes even. Or implants. So you have to take your implants out, whatever that means.
I do not know. It might not be safe. I feel like this was a learning experience for us, and we should stay together for now. I do try to learn my lessons.
I hear everything that you're saying. And my argument to that is that we killed the crybaby, which was the biggest thing. Also, like, when would we go in there otherwise? Is everyone just want to take an hour break, or like, what?
Yeah.
All right. Like, let's just wait for an hour, and you can go in there with everyone, even though only one person at a time can fit into the chamber.
All right. I mean, there could be more demons here or something. I doubt it.
We can wait for like 30 minutes and just go do it anyways. I don't care.
I know, but something might sneak up on you while you are in there.
Nomad, stop eavesdropping.
I mean, to be fair, the weird, gross bones that have in the holes are right there. I don't know if they come from in here, and I don't want to find out without.
They have to have a key to get in there. Also, the chamber didn't have water until Nomad put it, or until Nordo opened the door, so nothing's been going in and out of this chamber for a while.
I don't know how undead things work, and I've not had good time with them so. You know, with the whole head thing.
That's just rude.
Thing.
It's just like seriously, blankly. I'm sorry, I spaced out for a second. Repeat that, please. You can tell that he's kind of woozy. Maybe we should wait.
Yeah,
but still kind of. Okay.
This guy says he doesn't like undead. You believe it?
The audacity.
When does he get off?
Apparently not to undead. Ugh. Yes, let's wait in the unholy chamber. Great idea.
All right.
I assume we're going up top.
It's the most lit chamber.
As you guys head up top to get a little bit of resting done, let me get a luck check from Nordo.
The fish is all burnt.
Nordo, give me a perception check. As you guys head up to the top, just a second.
Also, in response to Ace not really learning his lesson, technically, he didn't even get hurt the entire time he was down there.
I mean, he sprouted an extra head.
Which gave him really good advantages. And
I mean, mechanically,
he got flight. I'm just saying that literally, he was doing pretty good.
Sure.
But like Nomad wasn't, and Flick
Nomad
went down,
died.
and Moat went down.
Died, and Elise almost died.
That's why I'm not bringing you guys with me. Oh, I guess I'm bringing Flick, but he wants to go.
Alright, as you guys get back up top, Nordo, you are relieved to find that your fish are still right where you left them. They're, you know, it's about 4:35. Sun is starting to get a little lower on the horizon. It still blew out for a short time, but it'll be heading towards sunset in the next couple of hours. But as you look north, kind of in the direction of Finn S, you do spot, at first it looks like large birds or something, but then you realize they're farther away and they're moving a little too slow. Just descending down into like the horizon, a couple of large dark red balloons, like airships.
Do they look like the same color as the ones on the Savage ship?
Yeah, about the same color.
See, we should just stayed underground and gone into a secret chamber. We've been fine.
I'm gonna get Kakishi and take the 10 minutes to do speak with animals, and just ask her to. Well, actually, before I do that, do I think that she would be able to fly there in like an hour?
Yeah, for sure. It's only about 3.5, 4 miles or so.
Cool. I'm gonna just ask her to fly there and back, if she's willing to do it. We're still just barely getting to know each other.
Yeah, go and give me animal handling or persuasion. Yeah, she seems to, she's okay with that idea. She'll fly there and she'll fly back. It'll take her, a good 10-15 minutes round trip, but she'll get that started.
Much obliged, Kakishi, and I'll do Beast Sense and just watch her vision, just tell her to fly to those ships and back.
Alright. As you follow, there are a couple of times, actually, where Kakishi has to, suddenly dodge a large predator that swoops through. But she grew up around these parts. She knows what she's doing. She's not stupid. And she is able to handle herself okay. When she gets back to Finna, she swoops down between the canyon. And she does see that there are 3 or 4 smaller ships that are all flying the same colors. They've got the same emblem, the SSLC. And a couple of them have already started unloading. A couple of them are just docking. But you do see that there are a bunch of sailors waiting on the ship, while a group of about 15 or 20 heavily armed people, plate armor, and these long black robes that look somewhat familiar to you, begin asking questions. They're coming out into the market. They're starting to talk to people. Some people point in different directions. A lot of people are pointing south towards where the spire popped up and towards where your ship was. A couple people point north. A couple people point at the destroyed ship that is waiting at the dock. That's all you can really make out from a flyby. Is it looks like a bunch of these people have shown up and are starting to ask questions.
Okay. And you said the black robes look familiar to me. Do they look familiar from the SSLC or more like Gale's people?
No, from the SSLC and from your experiences with them.
Got it. All right, after she starts flying back, I'll go and come out of Beast Sense, and well, we might be on a bit of a time crunch after all, friends. They Salvage Savage is here looking for us, it seems like.
While he was pointing that out before he went to the Beast Sense, I did a primeval awareness, and since I get the exact numbers, can I tell what the exact number difference is now that there's another ship here?
Sure. You would get the sense that they brought an additional about 235 extra people, give or take. People come and go from the town all the time. But
probably somewhere between 200, 300 people.
We need to hide our ship.
Yes, I believe that'd be a good first step. I don't suspect they'll find us out here in the jungle just looking around at random, but our ship will stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, it is just our flying ship needs to be hidden, you think? Perhaps
Well,
in the tree line?
The issue with that is that if they follow the river, they'll find the spire, and if they keep following the river, they'll find us. We're just downriver. If anyone says that the thing went downriver and that we were in it, they can clearly follow it to us.
I think our safest bet is to move quickly, but we can't move any quicker than nightfall, can we? So, gotta figure something out for the next 3-4 hours at least. I think it'll take them some time to piece together what happened, even asking around. I don't know if it's going to be that easy to figure out where we are, but we should move as quick as we can.
For sure. I'll keep an eye out every so often to see if they start heading our direction or which direction they start heading. But perhaps we should hide the ship somewhere and then keep exploring and get this over with as quickly as we can.
Little Dragon, how long does your cloaking device work on the ship?
Roughly an hour.
If they start getting close to, they're going to go over above us, we can activate it.
Yes, I can't stay in Kakishi's sight for long, but if maybe Shu could keep an eye out for us or something, let us know if they start coming this way.
What, you think I do this shit for free? My wings get tired too, pal. I mean, whoo!
Sounds like Shu thinks it's a great idea. I can send Kakishi along, keep him company.
My headcanon is that Vasu does that, out loud.
Even when Shu is talking to him.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just working on my ventriloquist act.
Ace, what's up?
That was literally I just wanted to ping.
Okay, sure.
That's yeah. And then I'm just gonna every like 5 minutes or so, maybe every 10 minutes, I'll start pinging, and if they start moving closer to us, I'll focus on it more. But well, maybe every 30 minutes, I'm gonna start pinging and see if their ship is moving closer to us.
All right, so Ace and Vasu and the familiars kind of keeping a watch out for ships to start heading your way.
Yeah, I can communicate telepathically with Shu and also look through his senses as long as we're within 100 feet, I think.
Yeah.
So I'll be kind of keeping a lookout up top too. I will unattune from that ring and pass it back to whoever wants to hide the ship because I want nothing to do with it.
Perhaps
Hey.
Gale, since he designed the cloaking device. Well,
I'll go because I need to get some things from the ship, anyways.
Cool.
You want some company?
and this is when Gale steals the ship and runs away.
So I can go with you if you want.
If somebody wants to come with me, I wouldn't,
Split the party.
say no. But you should probably try and stick together, especially if you're going to be hanging around here.
Why don't you just bring those other kobolds then? They're, expendable.
Hey,
Wow.
rude.
I'm sorry. That was out of character.
I'll
No, it
the
was
kobolds and I'll have Toto with me.
Alright, you guys kind of keep watch for a little while. You take some time to kind of lick your wounds. Is anyone still really hurt? Elise has... Elise is just going to do this anyway, because she can do it.
Yeah, I'm hurt.
Moat's dying.
I'm very close to death.
Alright. As you guys start to kind of just like cook the fish and get yourself a little dinner and rest up, Elise kind of sits down, cross-legged, and closes her eyes, and she begins to speak some sort of a prayer in Sylvan to Bast. And some time passes, and you notice that as this prayer goes on, the trim at the edges of her armor start to just light up faintly. They seem to catch sunlight a little brighter than they should be. You're occasionally distracted by a glint or a flash of light that crosses your eyes. But when it is over, she claps her hands together and then spreads them wide, and several people will get some healing. She's going to take 10 for herself. She'll give 10 to Moat, and then whichever other 4 of you want 10 health can have 10 health.
Can I have it again?
Unfortunately, no. It does have to be different creatures.
I'll try 10 health if possible.
10 will put me at full.
I would love 10 health.
No, it actually wouldn't put me at full, so I'd love 10 health too.
Cool. Flick Nomad Gale, and we got one more.
I don't need it. It would overheal me. I've got 33 out of 35.
Yeah, I'm only
Yes,
missing
so-
1 HP.
It's windy, rainy.
Actually, on that note, after about 30 or 40 minutes, as your food is done and you're all starting to eat, a couple of things happen. The first thing that happens is this rather large, bright orange bird kind of comes flying down the river and lands right in the center of all of you. And it kind of cocks its head, looks around for a second, and eventually spots Flick, and it begins to speak in Lily's voice. Okay, so some people are here and they're looking for you. Are you guys dead? If you're not dead, be careful. We sent them north. I think they believed us, but I don't know how long it's gonna last. You might want to hurry up. They seem pretty pissed about the boat, so, we'll do what we can. The second thing that happens, and this starts maybe 10 or 15 minutes later, is the rain starts to get intense. There is a flash of lightning as a storm seems to roll in, and all of this happens very quickly. Those of you who are familiar with weather and nature, especially sailing, Flick, and to some degree Ace, this is a very quickly forming, probably supernatural storm of some sort. The wind picks up, the water begins to sort of bubble and rise. Based on the past day, that as the rain starts to come down that waterfall and fill this lake, it's likely to resubmerge this observatory. You do see little bits of it are starting to trickle over the edge kind of all around your feet and ankles, and some of it starts to trickle down the stairs.
As soon as I see that, I go close the door at the bottom of the stairs.
Yep.
We should probably go back in and hurry up then. Correct? Also, this doesn't seem natural. This seems like a magically made storm. Perhaps it's the slavers?
Possibly, although, yeah, I suppose it could be. They have magicians, I think. This is going to put a damper, no pun intended, on using this machine, isn't it? Don't you need a clear view of the sky?
It depends on how long it lasts.
And I'm sorry, I missed some of that. You said the storm doesn't seem natural. It seems like a unnaturally quick storm.
It formed very, very, very quickly.
Just out of like paranoia, can I quickly scan the skies to see if I'm like missing another ship thinking of Stormhand?
Sure. Go and give me a perception check.
Since Captain Colt said there were like rumors that she could make storms.
Also, which way is it coming from? Like, which way is the wind and everything coming from?
It blows west to east, which is pretty typical.
Does it seem like it's coming from the town we came from, or at least that direction? Or is that north?
I mean, it's the weather. It's kind of all around you. It seemed to roll in naturally from the west to east, just at a supernatural speed. You take a close look around, and you don't spot anything else. Again, it's a little hard to tell because you only have this view that kind of goes straight up, and then it's almost immediately obscured on the sides by the trees. But yeah, no additional ships, just yours.
Okay.
Does my ping pick up anything?
Your ping does not pick up anything other than the normal packs that you would expect as you're keeping watch. And I guess let me go ahead and get a perception check from Ace and from Shu, and we'll just let that roll as they continue to keep watch. Yeah, Shu.
Wait, what is she doing?
Just a perception
Looking.
check.
Okay, the who me was referring to Flick side-eyeing our elemental friend.
Oh, gotcha.
But now that I think about it, he's probably talking about our literal elemental.
Yeah.
The air elemental, yeah.
Perhaps we could ask him if he can tell where it's coming from, since he is a wind elemental and they do deal with storms. Perhaps he might know something.
Why on earth would he give us any information?
I don't know.
I mean, we could ask. It ain't gonna hurt to ask, I suppose, but he's our slave. I don't suspect he wants to talk to us a whole lot.
I was more concerned with him, like, somehow being able to do this himself.
Alright, yeah, you guys don't spot anything, and you kind of wrap up your food, you eat the cooked fish. Another 10 or 15 minutes go by, the storm keeps going. It doesn't get, like, violent or anything, but it continues to storm pretty heavily. You do see the water starting to ripple up over the surface of the stone a little more often. You know, it takes time for it to rise, but it is heading in that direction. And as the storm clouds kind of roll over, there are still occasional patches of sky, but the sun does set, and it gets darker and darker. About 6 o'clock, 6:30 or so, it is dark.
So I just want to say that if we want to do this, we have to be in there before nighttime, as the moon will, as Flick would probably know, the moon is going to pull the water up, and it's going to make high tide. So if we are not in there before night, it's going to be flooded anyways. So we will probably need to go in there tonight and rest in there tonight. Also, we can probably just swim under and go through the hole of the glass if need be. If we need to escape.
I'm not getting in the water with all those quippers. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was my thought as well, but I agree we should probably head inside. I don't know if we need to rest in there, but I think we should head in and get whatever we're going to do started. We should move quickly. We've got more than one reason to get out of here as fast as we can now.
Yeah, Ace is definitely right on that count.
So let's go ahead and back inside before it's too dark, and then we need to go to that clean room, and then go on from there.
All right. You guys have had a little bit of time to eat, to heal, to rest, recover. Nothing else has bothered you in this time. What would you guys like to do?
Am I still crippled?
You do still experience a D4, yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks like maybe 2 of us can fit in there at once. I can read Undercommon, so it might be good if I go.
I can read Infernal. There's been a lot of Infernal in here.
And so can I. And
Yeah, you go for it.
okay.
We can't bring any clothes, anything that's inorganic. Sounds like it might be destroyed.
I think Moat and I should go together. For no particular reason, I just think like going into an enclosed space, like naked.
God, I feel like
I think
smiting
it'd be
something,
some
you
good-
know?
Yeah, it'd be the bonding time. Just two dudes, bunch of fire, naked.
Just a bunch of, yep. Alright, I head in.
All right. Mode is going in. Who else is going in?
I'm going in.
I'm
'cause I
going
speak
in.
the most I speak the most languages. So.
I'll go in with Moat, but I'm not going in there first. I think Ace and Flick were gonna go in first.
All right, we'll let Ace and Flick go first. So once again, inside of the first glass door, it lets a little bit of water in up to, a couple inches. There is another glass door at the back. There are the 2 mirrors, one on the left, one on the right, and the one on the right is where there is this writing in this slot in Undercommon.
Perhaps we put our clothes in the slot. Like maybe it says it looks like it swivels, so perhaps we put the key in, and then it will swivel and we can put our stuff in. I'm not sure, but it seems weird to say disrobe before, like after we get inside the room. You know?
Yeah, I feel like the key would make it start though.
Well, how about this? We'll just go in with just a dagger, and if need be, we can just retry this all over again.
Okay, so what are you doing?
I'm going to strip and just take in just a dagger and my key, and that way I can see if I put the key in, if it will swivel and let me to put my belongings in there before it gets destroyed. If I just lose a dagger, it's no big deal.
All right, so you take your clothes off, you put everything aside except for your dagger, and then you're trying to go in this back door?
Yeah, so I'm going to go in there with Flick. The 2 of us are going to go in there. We'll.
All right, you pull the handle and it doesn't budge. It appears to be locked.
No, I'm going to put the key in the slot.
When you put the key in the slot, this mirror, the one on the right, does indeed swivel, and it turns around, revealing several little wire hangers that are still intact despite being ancient, because they've been well protected. But then at the bottom, you do see that there are these shelves, which are filled with cloth that has rotted, old clothing that has been discarded and ruined with age, eaten by mold. But you do see that sitting in this pile of junk, there is another one of those squishy blue stones.
Did the door behind us lock when I put the key in the hole?
It did. So the front door went to that frosty sort of appearance, and you heard a click. And this back door suddenly becomes clear, and you can see through it. There is another chamber behind it that looks mostly empty. Except for these 2 little brass pads right in the center, and then these 4 tall columns of some sort of metal, one at each corner.
Gotcha. Does it look like there's like another place for that like another like slot in there or anything?
What do you mean?
Like, does it look like the mirror that opens up on the inside too, so you can grab our stuff after we get clean, or no?
Oh, you don't really see any other way to open it, but notably, the key is still in the slot, and it's sticking out by like an inch or so. So, like, you feel like you can pull the key out, and then maybe that would reclose it. Hard to say.
Gotcha. All right. I'll put my dagger inside the little box. Close it, I guess. I guess we should. One of us should. I don't know if is it feel organic or does it feel in?
The clothing?
The squishy
No,
blue
the
thing.
squishy thing? It feels the same as your existing one. So it kind of gives a little bit when you like pick it up and touch it.
Does it feel organic or inorganic?
That is hard to say. It looks like a rock. It looks inorganic, but it's squishy, which is unusual.
All right, let's just leave it, I guess.
We can come back for it. All right, and then I guess I'll open this door and I'll stand in here with my arms spread out and close my eyes and hope I don't die.
All right, and you took in. Did you bring that dagger in, or did you leave everything outside?
I put the dagger inside the little closet door.
Okay. All right. You close your eyes. You hold on and try to wait and see what happens. As you step inside there, you do see that there are these two little pads on the ground that are just about the right size for feet to stand on. And as you kind of put both of your feet on, there's a click. And then once the second one clicks, the door in front of you frosts. Flick and Ace, you're not able to see each other through the frosted glass. And you close your eyes, and even with your eyes closed,
You cut out.
there's this sudden pulsing green light when you close your eyes. And it flashes a few times. It feels almost hot to the touch, like a tanning bed. Lasts for about 15 or 20 seconds. But after 15 or 20 seconds, the light goes away. You can hear mechanisms winding down, and you can hear another click. And the door between you and Flick goes clear again. And you can see that it kind of swivels a little bit to let you out. And
Okay.
now you can see that the other mirror, this one on this side, has swiveled around. And inside of this one, there are several little metal lock boxes. Probably about 20 of them in total. And I say lock boxes, don't have padlocks on them. Like, they could be locked, but they don't have padlocks on them currently.
All right. Is the mirror where I put my dagger still, like, does it close or is it still just open?
It is now closed. So the old one where you put your dagger is closed, but the opposite one is open.
Gotcha. All right. You said 2 lock boxes?
About 20 lock boxes.
Shit. All right. Do they look like they have any markings on them?
They don't. They look to be just plain, simple metal boxes. They could have a padlock or something put on them, but they don't currently. They just open right up.
All right. I feel like we should have grabbed the squishy thing and listened to it before we did this, but it's too late. Is the door to the outside open?
Not currently.
All right. I guess we should just grab the boxes.
I'm assuming they're like in the wall. We could probably just open them.
Oh, okay. They're not like removable boxes, just like little
They
lockers.
look like they could be picking up, or you could take them if you want them. There's just a bunch of shelves, and there are little metal boxes on those shelves, about 20 of them.
Okay, I guess I'll just take
Flick,
them
I was
all.
thinking, like safe deposit
Are
box.
you gonna carry all 20 of them?
How big are they?
Each one is about the size of a Kleenex box.
I guess we'll just take as many of them as we can.
Are they empty? I'm gonna check and see if they're all empty before we just
Yeah,
grab all.
sure.
of them.
If some of them feel empty, also like, can we unlock them? Do they seem like
They
combination
locked.
Yeah, they just open right up. Flick takes one and opens it up. Inside, he finds rolled up a plain black robe of some sort that looks pretty similar to the ones that Nomad took from the security spire.
Is it rotted or is this one fine?
It's in pretty decent shape. It's a little bit patchy. It definitely appears weathered, but it is held up pretty well given how long it's been in here, how old everything else looks.
Time to open all the boxes.
Yeah, you start going through more, and it kind of looks like each box just has one of these plain black robes with this weird kind of slick material.
All right. I think we need to go through this again and get that squishy thing, and then we can take these out of here with us. So
Just pull the key out and put it back in.
I pull the key out.
All right, when you do that, the front door clears, and both of the mirrors slide shut, or well, the one that was still open slides shut. And then the
All right.
back door frosts over.
I put the key back in.
All right, the right mirror opens up. You can see where you left your stuff and the stone. The back door goes clear. The front door frosts.
I grab the dagger and the squishy and hand it to Flick, and
All
I
right.
walk back in here,
All right,
stand in there again.
all right. Do you bring in the robe, or is it just you?
Just me.
All right, you go through the whole process again. There's green light. You get sanitized. The light stops. Door opens back up.
Okay, I put on one of the robes.
Put on one of the robes.
All right. Want to grab a robe too? I grab enough robes for everyone.
Sure, robes for everybody.
All right, and then I
I
take
want to
the
get
key out.
cleaned.
You okay? Listen, I want to.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Then we do it for him too. You could have just done this yourself.
Yeah, you pull the key out, put it back in. Do you take anything in with you, Flick?
No.
All right. Go through the process. You feel this warm, tingly sensation as you are cleaned head to toe. Come back out. Mirror opens. Box is full of robes. Grab a robe. And
I squeeze the squishy rock.
you squeeze the squishy rock, and it speaks.
What does it speak?
It speaketh in a familiar Lokatha female voice. See, that's the key difference, and it's fundamental. Fundamental to our understanding of evolution, fundamental to the nature of, well, nature. And if tabula rasa succeeds, quite possibly fundamental to our future as a civilization. The Leylons run deep. The deeper you go, the stronger they get. The stronger they get, the faster things mutate. And the truth of the matter is that we don't know what we don't know. We found no evidence that there's anything resembling a civilized sapience down here, despite the plenty of examples of advanced biological development and intelligence. And it's real easy to just say, oh, the Underdark just produces lots of hungry evil beasties, but we don't know why. And we have no reason to believe we're immune to whatever evolutionary criteria are shaping those mutations. There's no sense returning to the surface at all if it's not going to be us on the other side.
Interesting. Well, perhaps we should head up to the other chamber now.
Alright, easy enough. Head back wherever you want to go. Where to?
I put my clothes and stuff back on, but I keep the robe over top.
Alright.
To, where's that room at? This one. Yeah.
Alright, you guys kind of regroup with the gang and you head up here, and you can see when you get back up here that something has changed. Notably, these markings have lit up.
Ah, you put your hands out and got clean. Cool. Alright, and then I put the key in it.
Great. And the key lights up.
Looks like the last thing is this constellation thing. Should I just try? I think I have an idea what it might be, but I could be wrong again.
Suppose it couldn't hurt to try.
All right. So I'm going to do this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one too, and this.
Did she just draw the pattern that was
Yes.
on the symbol? Okay.
Alright, you push all of those and they light up, but nothing happens.
Interesting. Well, perhaps it's something with the constellations that we need.
Yeah, maybe we should try using the machine. I think it's actually just let me go check, and I'm just gonna go back up top and see if it's still storming outside, and also if it's gotten dark.
So at this point, the unnaturally strong storm has passed. There are still patches of clouds and a little bit of a mist and the occasional drizzle. But there is a view of the dark sky. You can see a star pointing through every now and then. It's a little hazy, it's not a clear sky. But it is night, and most of the severe weather has passed.
Okay, I'll just come back down and pass that information along. Looks pretty clear out there. I think we might be able to use the thing upstairs.
Where's the other stone?
What other stone?
Where's the what?
The other stone? I wanted to read what it said.
Oh, I think that is with Flick.
I only see a maze eye.
Where did I put it?
It's under the party magic.
Oh,
items.
yep, it's under party.
Thank you. Cool, thanks. All right, what time of day is it now?
About 7 o'clock at night. It's dark, a little bit drizzly.
I'm gonna do my. I've been probably pinging for a while. Did it look like they went the opposite direction? Or did it look like they're coming this way?
So the opposite direction would be right at the edge of what you're seeing, and you definitely see people coming and going in that direction all the time. You have not noticed anybody approaching.
Did I feel 200 people vanish?
No. The variances that you've seen have been in the ballpark of 15 to 20 people.
I get the feeling that they might still be there, maybe sending out search parties, but doesn't seem like anyone's heading our direction.
I suspect it will just be a matter of time before that changes.
I'm gonna go mess with the
Alright.
light.
Flick, as you head back up, the first thing that you can tell when you walk into this room, being the first to get back here in the past, few hours, is the light coming off the bottom of the room. The light being projected by the ley lines is much, much brighter than you remember it.
Saturday night, right?
That's the opposite of brighter.
That's what the bone said. Saturday night's when the ley lines run deepest.
Yes, and it sounds like ley lines also run deeper the deeper you go. For whatever that means. What happens if we turn the sky up now, since it's darker out?
Alright, you push the sky lever up, and as it does, it's a little patchy because there are, clouds in the sky. But you see stars.
So we're looking for Vulpecula minor. Correct?
You do get the impression that really big one is probably the moon. just throwing it out there. The big yellow one is the sun.
Oh, okay, that's why we're looking for that one. I didn't realize the infernal up there said the constellation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it probably contains these two, I'm assuming. These green ones.
Is there anything under the green ones, or because it's possible we put those in the wrong spot?
I'll move those aside for a sec.
Okay, so there's nothing there.
Epic.
Welcome back. Ace and Flick are kind of just trying to figure out the stars. They're doing something up with the machine.
Got it. I don't understand that at all, so. Thank fuck for this music, though.
Right? I can't play it on stream and I hate it.
Yeah, royalties. I mean, you probably could, but, you know.
I probably could.
Best not to. I think I mentioned this last week, but those 2 green dots are the coordinates from that note in Infernal. Someone else could pretend they put those there because Nordo wouldn't have been able to.
It's just weird though because there's no stars underneath those.
What happens if we turn down the lay?
If you turn down the lay, that just fades back to kind of dark.
Doesn't do anything to the ceiling.
Nope. No noticeable change on the upper half.
While piecing this together, Flick's going to try copying the patterns onto like a parchment or something.
Yeah, easy enough. Flick. Or I guess Ace, what have you said out loud that you're trying to do here?
With what?
What is your goal? What are you currently working on?
I'm trying to find the constellation Vulpica Minoris inside the sky and seeing if it somehow correlates to this thing.
Gotcha. Okay. Flick, you're very good at... Do you have Navigator's Tools proficiency, or is it just sailing?
Navigator tools, yeah.
You would almost immediately be able to recognize where that is by another name, but you've seen this constellation plenty. You use it to navigate all the time. So finding it for you is not very difficult. I guess you can give me a Navigator's Tools check.
Of course.
You would at least know that it's usually somewhere in the western sky, roughly.
I'm assuming that it's upside down because the map, most people probably see north.
Yeah, notably,
So perhaps
this is what you see when you look straight up. So north is kind of in front of you, south is directly behind you, west is to your left, east is to your right. So like if you were looking at it from... If you just literally turned your head left... fuck, it's not going to let me rotate it. Anyway, you get the idea.
What do you suppose this place was for? I mean, why would someone need to look at stars and at the ley lines? And
well,
Underdark's got something to do with it all.
well, obviously, if you're in the Underdark, you never see the stars. And they said that the deeper you go in the Underdark, the deeper the ley lines run, the more mutations there are. So maybe the opposite of that is in the sky.
I don't know how something as beautiful as that could cause mutations. I guess not all mutations are crybaby sort of monstrosities.
Beauty is subjective anyway.
Spoke so.
I don't know. This seems kind of undeniable.
Meh.
Hey, Flick.
Uh-huh.
I hate to bring this up, but how do you know Three Me's? How did you get connected with him?
I met him the day you met him. That was my first time. I think.
Yeah, I'll whisper you some stuff.
Okay, give me a second.
Sure.
Thinking about it.
I mean, maybe I'm just being paranoid, but it seems oddly coincidental that he sent you here, and then there's all this business about the Pale Knight here, and y'all having a background and all that. I mean, maybe it's a coincidence, but it seems a little strange.
It could be. I mean, like I said, I had just met him that day. He was just my contact. He wasn't even the person who gave me the first job.
I liked Three Me's. He seemed like a trustworthy enough fella, but I couldn't rule out that he sent you here for some dark purpose.
I mean, if he wanted me dead, he could have just not, saved me. Or lied
Suppose
about
that's
how to
true,
do
too.
it, and... Okay, I feel like I'm missing something. I'm not very good at puzzles, obviously.
Did he want you to just bring back the star chart?
He did, but I'm not sure if I can bring back this whole thing.
Perhaps he just means the orb.
Possibly. I went ahead and copied down everything from there anyway.
But maybe what we're looking for is inside the sterile vault, too.
That's what I'm thinking. I feel like I'm going to take too long, and then the gods are just going to randomly give me a hint, so we'll wait.
Yeah, if you guys would like a hint, you can give me an int check. I don't want to make you get stuck on a puzzle forever. You guys have pretty much got it.
I was proficient in it for 10 minutes, so let me see if I can roll for something. Like, what were we trying? Like, for 10 minutes, I knew exactly how this worked, and I have no clue what we needed to do. Here's an unskilled int check. I have advantage for having known what it was.
Alright, real quick. Yule just got back and wants to be involved in this puzzle. If you tell Yule what you figured out, real quick, he wants a chance to get it.
Welcome back, Yule.
Okay.
We need you.
So we have a bunch of constellations, and the constellations are up here. These coordinates are these green dots right here and right here. And we think it has to do with the keypad up here. So basically we have a 4x4 grid that we need to find dots.
In Infertile, the writing above this keypad read Vulpecula Minoris, which they identified as a constellation over here. The coordinates marked in green by Z are also written in Infernal above the notepad, or the keypad.
Oh, I think I might have an idea, possibly. Maybe.
Go for it.
While they're working on this puzzle, after spending about 10 minutes just kind of staring at all this, Nordo decides to go back upstairs and keep watch and just says, like, come get me whenever you guys figure it out so that he can watch and make sure nobody's coming.
For sure. And she was still out there.
I will go somewhere like a midway point between the party and relay messages if needed.
Yeah, as you guys are setting up your order and getting ready to like set up watch and come back when the puzzle is done, Flick enters in this last press on the button. There's another light, and then there is a sudden ring. You watch as this third glyph lights up.
Never mind.
There is a rush of gas that emerges from this door as it slides open with a heavy metal chunk. And as it does, there is this mix of musty, stale air and this coppery, metallic taste that hits the roof of your mouth. And you are greeted by bright white lights from the other side of the door.
Oh boy, more blood.
I get my bow out.
Let's see, where is this? You can see that there are lights all along the floor, just this very sterile, clean, white light, magical, coming from little runes that have been carved into the stone floor. There are metal shelves that appear to have been ransacked. Things are scattered on the ground. There are broken bits of what appears to have once been valuable machinery. There are papers that have rotted with time, boxes full of just vials and trays that have been shattered. You actually find indications that a lot of them have been stomped on or crushed intentionally. You do find at the far end there is a rotted, ancient mummy-like body, tabaxi, that has been flayed open and in blood written on the floor in front of him. There is a message written in Infernal. And it reads, "Such an end shall any man meet who menaces the plague fisher and his brides. We are blood of the pale night, and ours are the fragments of this shattered world."
Peachy.
However, you do see that although most of the shelves have been intentionally stripped clean, there are a few things sitting right on the shelf right next to the body. One of those things is a wrapped up roll of vellum, and the other is a compass.
Does the compass seem magical?
Both of them appear to be in pretty good shape compared to everything else in the room.
Which makes you think they're magical. I will pick both of those up.
All right. As you kind of pick them both up, the vellum kind of unfurls, and it appears to be some sort of a star chart, although the patterns on it are not like anything that you've seen before. You don't recognize any of the constellations. The stars are grouped in ways that you've never seen before, but it appears to be some sort of star chart, and it does hum and vibrate as you move it around. Likewise, the compass, it does point north. It looks very intricate. It has this just this very fine filigree with sort of an ocean motif. There's a ship on the front lid of it, an anchor, and then waves along the sides of its trim. Points north, and it also hums a little bit as you move it around.
All right, well, I think this is what I needed. This is mildly disturbing, though. He gestures towards the mummified, flayed corpse.
Can I tell how long it's been here?
Sure, give me a medicine check. And Moat, what's up?
Assist.
May I pop a Divine Sense while I'm in here?
You sure can. With a Divine Sense, you don't get anything that you're not expecting to get.
Cool.
The body appears to be Very old, probably in the ballpark of 800 or 900 years, maybe longer. It's a little hard to say, but it is very ancient.
You think maybe the scientists and those that worked here maybe, I don't know, delved a little too deep, got involved in some infernal business?
Perhaps. When I flew down to look at the mushrooms, I didn't see it just looked like a cavern. It didn't look like it led anywhere.
It didn't. Give me an investigation check. And also, actually, Flick, what is your passive investigation?
Low. Let me check.
Or Arcana, whichever one is higher. Ace, as you looked around, there were a couple of outlets where the river seemed to flow. It's the Underdark. It's pretty expansive. It's you probably could have come and gone different ways.
So it was actually Underdark. It wasn't just like a cavern.
It was a big enough cavern that you're pretty sure it was probably the Underdark.
They're both 10, but with my talisman, they technically could be up to a 14.
Sure. Give me that extra. What is it? Just a D4 on checks. Okay. Nomad would also probably recognize if the item gets passed to him. I don't know if it does at any point. But Flick, on the back side of this compass, you see a pattern that looks kind of familiar to you. It appears to be this kind of fractal geometric shape. And it has a little star drawn at the central point of one of these shapes. And the reason it looks familiar to you is because you just saw it 30 minutes ago or so.
Really? Oh. Okay, I think I've seen this before.
Seen what?
On the back of this compass, there's a marking that kind of looks like the thing, ley lines from the light up room.
Interesting.
So
Should we take it to the room
it's
then?
a compass for navigating ley lines, but for finding them now?
That makes sense. I mean, we could just have Yule look at it. She seems to know this, or Nomad.
How may I help you?
Can you find out what magic items do? I forget.
Could you repeat that? I'm having a terrible reception right now.
Can you identify stuff? I forget.
I could if I had a pearl worth 100, which Yule has. I'm sure Yule can identify it. However, if we are able to rest, and I point, at the body over there, I can speak with it.
Speak with what?
Provided we had incense. Does anyone have incense?
Maybe Vasu. I mean, didn't he use it to make shoe?
He might. I don't absolutely need it, but I think it helps.
You talking about talking to that flayed corpse over there?
Yes, I have the ability to speak with the dead, mostly corpses.
Creepy
That's-
but useful.
I don't normally prepare this ability, so I need to do it in the. I'm also out of magic. Painful mutations really take it out of you.
I don't know how much I'm keen on the idea of staying here another night to do that. Depending on what kind of information we think we're going to get, but it sounds like we don't have long before those slavers come looking for us. And
It's true.
as much as I wouldn't
May not-
mind to die
It
fighting a couple hundred
may
slavers,
not
I don't
be
know if y'all want
useful.
to.
I mean, it's getting pretty late anyways, so where else are we going to camp?
Get on our ship, start sailing away to wherever we're going next, as far as
That
I'm
is-
concerned.
A good idea. Should we go and see if Lilavati wants to come with us? Let's just kidnap her. It's fine.
We can have 2 healers.
My only concern is if this is a way to find out more information about this pale knight that is after Flick, perhaps it may be beneficial.
Could we just take him with us?
That is an option.
Ugh.
Is that gonna cause some sort of, I don't know, curse or something? Should we be tampering with a body that's been flayed by demons?
I mean, would he? I mean, I'm pretty sure he'd appreciate being put to rest after all this.
He's not undead, I know that much. It's just a body.
I'm sure if one of us was flayed and hung from a wall, we'd appreciate it if someone put our body to rest.
You're sure it's just a body? There's no magic on it?
100% never been more sure.
I'm gonna go up and
All right,
investigate
then.
the body further.
Okay. Give me an investigation check or a medicine check. You take a close look. You can see that prior to the 13, prior to the flaying, you do see signs of injury, signs of combat. You see a puncture wound near the shoulder. You also see. Boy, I don't even know. Yeah, I think that might be all you really see with the 13. Yeah, tabaxi male, probably mid-30s. Very, very ancient body. A lot of the features have been, scrubbed clean by time. Injured in combat and then taken and flayed.
So between Ace looking it over and Moat telling me that it's unequivocally not affected by magic, I just walk up and pull it down if I can.
Easy enough, yeah. You can see that there are a couple of just basic spikes that have been used to pin it up, and it's easy enough to either remove those or literally just rip him free of it.
I lay down one of the
try to do it
cloaks.
gingerly.
I lay down one of the cloaks on the ground so we can lay him on it and wrap him up.
Yep, I help with that, and then we can talk to him in the morning, but this way we can get a move on.
I'm gonna search the room to see if there's anything else of use or interest.
Sure. Give me an investigation. You take a very good look around, and you find things that probably were once valuable, not just monetarily, but in terms of research. You find just files upon files of research notes that have been lost to time. Although this place was designed to be sterile, it's very clear that it is not anymore, and hasn't been for some time. You find bits of machinery and equipment that might be useful as like scrap metal, but nothing else valuable or useful in here.
Are the research notes like destroyed, or can I actually like look at them?
They appear to have been they're 800 years old, and moisture has gotten in here. You can see a little bit of mold starting to grow at the south end of the room. You get the sense that this is not the first time that this room has been entered, and it has clearly lost any sterile containment procedures that it once had. So it's just been rotted with time.
Gotcha. All right.
Should we return to the ship, make ready to go, and talk about where we're going next?
It's a good idea. Maybe we should just head back to the ship first. After we
Start
collect
with-
everything. Should we
start with
take
that.
the magic orb?
I mean, I feel like we might as well take both of. Oh, you don't mean the squishy things. You mean the.
The actual orb that powers this machine.
Yeah. If you wish, we could take this person's head or his whole body, and during the trip, I can ask him questions that might help us. If there are any more questions, I do not have anything myself that I need to ask.
I would definitely like to ask who did this to him.
I feel like we should
very
bring the
well
whole body.
You'll just bring the body. It deserves a proper burial anyway.
At worst, we can do
Agreed.
very well at sea.
Is that writing on the wall written in blood?
The one by the body?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I presto and just clean it off?
Yep, easy enough.
Man, Presto gets those set-in stains.
It does.
It's like magic.
It is like magic.
And then where their writing was, I will just presto and leave a mark of just Adra's holy symbol. Just kind of put it there.
All right. Good to know.
All right. Do we want to take the magic cooled orb? Is that a yes? I'm not sure if it could be useful, but
Gale want any of this old tech junk? I know he seems to like messing with that.
more
We can
scraps the better.
collect It intrigues me as well.
All right. I'm gonna go get the orb.
The glass orb that has been pushed up into the astrology chamber.
Do I feel like I can lower it down and get the orb out?
Yeah, I mean, you saw how it went up. You could presumably undo all that and pull it back down and take it with you if you wanted.
I would like that.
Sure. Takes a little time, but you turn the stars off. You lower everything back down. You grab the orb and you bring it with you.
Da, 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 da. We got orb
And a body.
and the body. Yeah, who's carrying that?
I'm carrying it.
Okay, we're going to get it some peace when we're done asking it questions.
Yep. Nordo carries the body, and actually I take it up to the ship, and I go to wherever we've been keeping Zuzka Colt's body, and I put the body down where Zuzka's is, and I pick Zuzka's body up, and I bring it out to the top of the observatory.
All right.
Hey, no, Nordo.
Yes.
Perhaps leaving it here would be not a good idea. They can clearly track us if they find it here. Perhaps we should drop it off at a further location.
They think they already know that we came here. They're going to come here looking anyway. Well, if you'll indulge me a little bit of selfishness. And he pulls the axe out and, like in one pretty swift motion, just chops the head off of Zuzka Colt. And I find somewhere on this platform at the top of it to just set the head down.
Easy enough.
And just start writing a note on a piece of paper in my sketchbook to pull out.
All right.
And I put a note in front of it. It's written in Aquan, and it just says Melnoa 690 of whatever the era is. I am owed a debt of blood, Anton Zufin, and I will have it. And I just leave it sitting in front of his head.
Excellent.
And I look back at Ace as I finish that process and sort of wipe the blood off myself. Maybe it's irresponsible, I don't know. If y'all don't want me to do it, I won't do it, but they're gonna find out.
If it makes you feel better, then you should do it. The only thing I could ever say is, if no one has the ability to speak to the dead, I'm not sure if you can get any more information out of him. I know that we picked his brain, literally, but
I forgot his head is like hollow too.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it doesn't need the brain.
Yeah, it doesn't, just the mouth.
so if we kept the head, we could use it to get more information out of him, perhaps.
Well, the problem is he could lie.
Honestly, he
gave me-
seemed pretty forthright when he was alive.
Yeah, he might not be very happy about the fact that we killed him.
I don't think that. I mean, I don't mean to be too pessimistic, but we came in here as a group of a mind flayer and tieflings and a bunch of very recognizable people and committed a large act of violence in front of hundreds of witnesses. They're going to find us. It's just a matter of time.
For certain. Nomad regards the message, and he says, "Well done. That is a very concise and clear message."
I say to Nomad, you know, when I was interrogating him, I started to feel a little bit bad for him, honestly, but like you said, 43 people he had locked up on his ship and was going to make slaves out of every one of them, presumably killed their families in front of them just like you did with mine, so Fuck him. And I
Ace
kick the rest of his body down into the water.
Ace walks up and puts a hand on well, I get not your shoulder, because he's too short, and he's like, an orc. He's like, as the orcish saying goes, "Bitches get stitches."
Bitches get stitches. I
How
repeat
do you
ceremoniously in Orcish.
How do you say bitches get stitches in Undercommon? He asks.
He translates it. It doesn't sound as cool.
Bitches get stitches sounds best in Orcish. It's well known.
It really does.
Probably.
When you translate to Undercommon, it turns into like those like panther invisible things. It's just a weird phrase.
The phrase "bitches get stitches" in Orcish is 100% of Nordo's medicine training, by the way. That's why he's proficient.
Wait, I think I cut out what was said.
No, nothing.
Ace, what's up?
No, I did my thing.
Okay. All right. You guys just heading back to the ship, or do you have any other business in the observatory?
I think we've taken everything that we needed to take.
All right, then you guys make your way back onto the ship. Where are you headed?
That's the question. Can I see like a world map?
Sure.
Shall we make a U-turn? Oh, Sundowner.
I know. I saw that. I'm like, oh, we still have that thing up there.
Yeah, we need to free his ass, like, stat. I think we should make our priority
Helping Gale build.
character too. Yeah, helping Gale build the new ship so we can get Sundowner out. Because I hate the fact that we just came to this island and made a righteous killing of slavers, and now we're going to run away on our slave-driven ship.
Is there any other places we should go in this area? I mean,
Hey, Feck.
Uh-huh.
This is just a wild off chance. Is there Thrillmyth, Wood, and Melnoa? Would I even know, I guess?
You would know. It's a very distinct sort of tree. Give me... God, this would come down to how much of the island you had explored, plus times whether or not it actually exists. And I have to make you roll something so you don't know. Give me a survival check.
could I also check if my home island or the Orcish island was on, since it's kind of in this area?
Sure, give me a survival check, or a nature check.
Yeah, so my rolls for Melnoa, but also Tramus or Arapis would do fine, because we're
just
close to both those.
Anywhere you had passed by. Nordo, you were very familiar with your home island, and as far as you know, there were no trees like that matched the description of having kind of like that silvery bark and being very lightweight. And it sounds very useful. You feel like if it was there, you would know about it because it'd be used for lots of things. Ace, same for you. You don't recall having been anywhere where it grows naturally. You feel like a tree that valuable and useful would be pretty well known to the local population. You are not aware that it has been anywhere where you grew up or traveled through.
Okay.
Has it been anywhere I've traveled through?
I feel like we already did a check for you, but if you haven't, and I trust you, then you could give me a nature check or a history check.
I feel like we might have already.
Yeah, because I think we talked about it in the context specifically of making airships and ships.
This might be a stretch. Did we ever, like, sell it in Balmoral? Like, did merchants ever talk about where they got it from?
That's valid. You were a smith. You would have had to, like, bring in materials, and people do make weapons and shit out of it. You could give me a history check. Yeah, you've heard of it. You know that it exists. You know that it's very hard to get. You don't know where people get it. You would have like a rough idea that there are very specific locations where it grows, and they're brought in from those locations. It's very rare to just like find it out in the wild.
Yeah.
Do I have any idea how far it would be to travel from where we are now to, like, home?
To like your home? Yeah, this is all to scale. About 324 miles.
How fast is our ship?
You guys on a good day can get about 5 hexes. Depends on the weather a little bit.
192 miles.
So like 2 days, we could be back there.
That's about right.
Question: did we have anything else to do back in the little Three Kreen place? Nothing else, right?
Well, I would have loved to check back in on Little Avadi, but I don't know if it's safe for us to go back there. I think we should probably
That is true.
cut and run.
It'll probably put her in more danger than anything.
Wish we could get her a message at least, but don't want to put her in any more danger than she needs to be, I suppose.
Perhaps we could have spoken to her messenger animal.
So I guess the question is, where are we going next?
Well, Vasudeva, we sort of cut you off of your errand in Thorngrove to go pursue Moat's mission. Do we want to go back to Thorngrove and look into those that Druid Grove and that cart with the stone on?
Vasu? I think he'd be your beat.
He might have been
Oh,
RP.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yule, now would also be a good time to bring up your thing.
No, I have nothing.
All Yule
I
does,
got excited for a moment.
all Yule does every day between sessions is talk about how excited he is to do his thing.
Well, it was the next thing on our itinerary, so I assume we're just going
Valdellans,
there.
right? You told us about this already. Valdellans, where we go
Well,
meet
like-
your...
We have to go
Valdellans.
drop the food.
Yeah, and that's close to Thorngrove, so we can go that way and do both those things, really. Nordo
nice to
would
get to-
say in character that if we want a safe stop for a rest along the way, we'll fly right past Arapis. That's where my monastery was, where I met Moat. We could stop in, rest for an evening.
It is nice there. Does your monastery have a way of, like, me contacting the order by chance? I still need to do that.
They might. I know that Kinsey Thistle used to be a member of the order, and she was not anymore. It sounded like it was kind of a sore subject anytime I brought it up, but I mean, she must have some sort of connection. She knew you were coming.
Yeah, no worries. We'll get it to it. When we get to it, it'll be fine.
If nothing else, I'm sure she'd know how. She knows a lot.
It sounds like it. Yeah.
Hey, Fat, can you mark on the map where we have to go to unlock our combo attacks, please?
He could if he wasn't AFK.
Balls. Every
I
time.
That
don't-
means we all unlock our combo attacks, so we're good to go.
I don't mean to put more on the table, and I obviously could wait, but I've never had a lot of answers in my life, and ever since we found that deck of cards, things have been pointing that there might be answers back at my home. I guess it's not really too urgent. It's just something I'd be interested in doing.
Where's your
Let's
home
put it-
at?
Yeah, where's home at?
Down here. This little island down here. I'm not really welcome there, unfortunately. I've been kind of banished. But that sign did say to return home.
Do not worry. If they turn you away, we'll annihilate them.
You're not welcome back to NCC, to the Orc tribe you were with?
Oh, no. They love me. I'm talking about where the Kinku I'm from.
Oh, I thought you were... I guess I'd never asked, actually. I thought you were raised by orcs.
No, I was raised by Kinku, kind of an outcast, and, well, I guess I didn't really destroy it, but I always thought that I had destroyed a specific artifact in one of our temples, and, well, they gave me the harshest banishment I could have, and I washed up ashore, and that's when Chelsea found me.
I saw that vision. It was not you.
I know, and I thank you for that. That put a lot of ease on me. But it brought up more questions, I guess.
Yeah, let us go back and give her a piece of our mind.
Well, if you had a vision from her, she's probably dead.
Oh, well then I'll eat her brain.
It sounds like you might already have eaten her brain.
I do not anymore know how this works. I just have random visions now. I do not recall ever going to your island or eating anyone from there.
I mean, I found you in an island not too far from my home.
This is true, but I would remember.
Don't you not remember like most of your life?
Prior to being an illithid, yeah.
Interesting. Well,
I remember
once
most
again,
things.
Yeah, I don't
What
want to put
will-
too much on our plate.
What will your people do if you return home? If you go back, even though you're exiled?
Hold on. I hear. Is it cracking or crackling?
Same. Like what sort of sound is it?
So
Like thunder?
Those of you who heard it, sounds a little bit like thunder, but sharper. Just kind of like a popping or a cracking
Does it sound
noise.
like trees breaking?
A little bit, yeah.
Maybe we should
It sounds
at
more,
least get away from the island before we head out.
Yeah,
we're
let's
we're
put
heading in a general west direction, anyways.
Let's
But
put some distance
also-
behind us.
Fact, because I'm sure you all thought this through. What would I know to happen if I return from my banishment?
boy, it would. There is a decent chance that they would like give you one chance to turn the fuck around and never show your face again. And if you said no to that, they'd probably kill you.
We could just kill them all. They're probably all pussy ass bitches.
If that's what you want, little orc, I'll help you kill your.
He doesn't say that.
That
He
sounds
does
like
think
that
it.
character.
He does think it really hard, but he does not say it. Nomad probably hears him thinking.
Nomad just nods. My concern is if they are as skilled as you are, even halfway, that would make them all lethal in numbers.
What do I remember about the fighting capabilities of my people? Were they just like gatherers, or were they actually like organized in some sense of way?
Oh,
Yeah.
they're all vegan.
I mean, it's the same as almost any other civilization. They had some that were dedicated hunters and fighters. Especially growing up so close to orcs and in the hostile jungles, they had to have people that knew how to use a weapon. Like, they had a decent number of capable fighters. It's not like their entire civilization, everybody is a warrior, but they had a presence of warriors and fighters.
Another just slight ripple to that idea is that, and around that direction, down in the island of, well, actually, never mind. Over in Arapis, was the last place I saw the Crimson Hand. It's been many, many years, and they tended to sort of hop from island to island, so I doubt they're still there, but they could be in the region somewhere.
Yeah. Perhaps going back to my home should wait until I have more information.
So perhaps a trip to either the Thorn Grove or Val de Lance and stop by Arapis on the way for rest, and some Oak can send his message.
Some rest would be nice.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. We should probably fly through the night, keep a rotation.
Yeah, as
Yes,
you
I
guys
suspect so.
As you guys continue to talk, there are more of these cracking noises in the distant north.
Are they
I
like keeping
ping.
pace with us as we travel?
As you guys start to travel, no, you leave them behind. Ace, as you do a ping, you notice that the number of humanoids with range or within range has gone down by by 120 the first time you check, and then another minute passes and it's gone down by another 100 or so. Another minute passes, it's gone down a couple hundred.
Looking out east, do I see anything on the horizon or anything?
It's pretty dark. Give me a perception check.
Can I join him in that?
Sure.
Can we Can we use that spyglass that we found before?
Yeah, that'll help. So one of you can have advantage.
Nordo
Probably Nordo should, because I have the negative. I cannot see. Roll with advantage for the eyeglass.
24.
There we go.
Wait a minute.
So it's dark, and there isn't a lot of like city lighting to light anything up from that direction. But as you kind of look in the direction of the noise through the rain, there's occasionally a crack of lightning that lights things up, but then occasionally there are little flashes of smaller light, little just specks of orange, and it'll pop, and then a couple seconds will pass, and you'll hear that cracking noise. And then you'll see 2 or 3 go off, and then 2 or 3 cracking noises.
Does that noise seem to be coming from a pocket of humanoids, or no?
It seems to be coming from the direction of Finnest. Above it. With a 24, there's one point where there's a good long round of like 2 or 3 lightning flashes back to back. And Nordo, you can see that there are 4 ships flying dark red colors, and there are flashes of light every now and then coming off the side of the ship, followed by these cracking noises.
Like as if they're like launching something off the
Cannon.
ship.
Yep, cannons would fit.
It sounds like they are committing genocide on our 3 Kree folk and also Lilivati's people.
Oh boy.
This seems to be a consequence of killing this captain and taking his ship. Well, we did just leave his ship there. Oh well, notes for later.
It was only a matter of time before they committed some other act of terrible violence against a bunch of people. It's what they do. It's who they are.
If I didn't suspect that they had 200 people for them, I'd say we should help, but it sounds like suicide.
Can I insight check Nordo? Is he actually this calm?
Go for it.
Nope.
Okay.
Nordo, I mean, it's close to your insight, but not quite. You know Nordo well. He 100% wants to go over there and fight them, irrespective of knowing that he would die doing it.
Alright, I don't do anything, I just make note of it.
Yep.
Alright, as you guys continue to sail west, eventually the storm drowns out the cracking noises. The lights go off in the distance. And before too long, you are greeted by open ocean once more. And you begin to travel westward throughout the night. Unless I hear otherwise, I'll assume it's the same watch order as normal. And let me see.
If possible, I'd like to take a watch with Nordo.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll take one with Flick. Unless that,
Yeah,
like, counteracts things.
Hey, I'll take whatever watch order, but I'm also awake now, and I heard that people were asking if I wanted to go to Thorngrove.
Correct. We were trying to decide where to go next, and we thought
Thorngrove.
Thorngrove for Vasu or Valdalance for Yule.
Yeah, Valdalance, there's something for Yule there, and then I think Nomad was also looking for scrolls, which they're likely to be in Valdalance.
They're in Valdalance. But also, come morning, I'd like to speak with
For sure.
if we do get a rest.
I feel like we can go to Valdalance and then go back north to Thorngrove and then go back north to the place where I can turn in my quest. Salt Bowl. Yeah, I should know
I
that.
forgot you're supposed to like take that thing back to Threemies.
Not during the watch order, but during Nomad would like to spend some time with Gale and see if he can learn a few things, maybe help Gale with whatever this Gale does.
Sure. Let's go through this in order real quick. The first thing that happens is Nordo and Moat have a shift. So let's do that.
Okay. Before Moat comes up, actually, just really quick, Nordo would probably get up for his watch maybe like 10 minutes before Moat. And it's kind of just a housekeeping thing, really, but I bring Kakishi with me and do speak with animals. And just over like the course of our travels, I'm going to do that every now and then throughout the day to just sort of like get to know Kakishi and bond with her and get to the point where we have like some camaraderie, and it's not just like me literally sending a random parrot off to do things. But in one of those conversations, I'd like to actually talk to Kakishi and be like, yeah, I never even asked you, I don't think. Do you actually have a name? Were you given a name? I called you Kakishi, but if you have a name you were given, we can go by that.
What's the name?
The people who had you before I do, they call you something? Call you the same thing all the time?
Yeah, they called me, and there's this weird attempt to speak Draconic in its natural parrot voice, but you hear the Draconic word for bird.
Got it. Well, I can try calling you that if you like it better, or how do you like Kakishi? And I say it in common.
Kakishi's fun. Kaka makes fun noises. You hear it
Kakishi
like does
it
this
is.
weird clicking thing with its tongue against the inside of its beak.
Right. You know what, Kakishi? I was never given a name.
That's not what I heard.
Heard from who?
The little orange thing that was keeping me before you took me.
He told you that I was given a name?
He called you something. He saw all you guys go and fight the other guys, and it's like, oh, they must be heroes.
Too cute. Well, I don't really think we're heroes necessarily, but we'll just stick with Kakishi for now, and you can call me whatever you like.
Okay, heroes.
Well, now my heart is broken out of character and in character. After that conversation, I just go back to sketching in my sketchbook, probably around the time mode comes up.
Yeah, so I just saunter up and I sit down next to you and I pull out my kalimba and I'm just kind of, you mind if I play real quick?
Not at all. You mind if I finish up my sketch real quick while you're playing?
Not at all. You sketch, I play. Usual watch order, you know how it goes.
Works for me.
How's Kakishi holding up?
She's doing fine. Still just getting used to it all, I think, but try to keep her well fed.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in all at once, I'm sure.
It sure is.
How are you holding up?
Well, it's been a lot these last couple of days, to be honest with you. I sort of always looked forward to the day I'd see the Crimson Hand again and get my revenge on him and all that. And to be honest, I still don't feel much better after I did all that. I mean, maybe just because it wasn't Anton, it's just some other captain, but don't feel a whole lot better after what we did, especially not after, well, I don't know, if they're back there killing all those people, I kind of feels like it's a little bit our fault.
He just kind of looks down and away for a second, and you see a couple just drops fall off his face, and he just says, "Can I be honest with you for a second?"
Of course you can, though.
I feel really, really terrible about everything we did back there. All those people are, I mean, they're gone because of us, right?
Well, listen, we did what we felt was right. I mean, we freed 43 slaves and we killed some bad people. It's not our fault if these monsters wanted to come back through. And I mean, sure, maybe there are things we could have done different. Maybe we could have been more careful, but we did what we thought was the right thing. And if they're back there killing a bunch of people, that's on them, not on us.
Yeah, I don't know. He kind of looks down at his shield for a second and at the holy symbol, and he just kind of, I guess you're right.
I don't know if I am either, but I've been trying to sort of, I don't know, put together my past with who I am now and find a way to do some good with the things that I learned from the orcs. And I don't know if it's working or not, but I am proud of what we did back there. I'm proud of that corpse that we left. I'm proud of the 43 people we freed. And it's not lost on me that those people might all just be dead now and it was all for nothing, but we still did the right thing. I do believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. It's just, it's one thing to talk about it and read about it and be taught about it from, in order, and another thing to go and do it, I guess. But you're right. We did do a good thing back there.
I believe we did. I might not be the best judge of what's a good thing and what isn't, but I felt good about what we did.
I think you're a better judge than you give yourself credit for.
And if the company's back there burning finesse to the ground, and well, that's just all the more reason to tear them all to the ground when this is all before it's done.
Balance the scales, as it were.
What does that mean? Balance the scales. You say that a lot, and I'm not sure I understand it entirely.
Can I be honest with you again? I'm not entirely sure I understand it either. It's this, Adra's just a weird concept almost. She just serves to shift power from one area to another so nobody ever gets too strong. It's just kind of hard to watch something like, that, an entire city being burnt to the ground by some powerhouse and not feel like somebody needs to stand up to them and shift power somewhere else.
And as that conversation is happening, Flick is safely dreaming in his cabin below deck. And
Wonderful.
He has a dream.
Do we have background music to go with this?
I don't. I should, but I don't. He has a dream that he is deep under the water again. But this time, it's bright enough that he can make out a shadow in the distance, humanoid in size, a little taller than him, a little lankier. Tentacles down the front of his face, and two kind of beady fish-like eyes, a bulbous head. And he sees Nomad, who is looking back at him. Nomad sees Flick in his own similar dream, and you watch as this bright blue light between the two of you reaches out with these two long, bright blue arms until it touches each of you right between the ribs, and you feel this just warmth and security and connectedness that's a little hard to explain. But when you wake in the morning, Flick and Nomad, you'll know that you've had the same dream from your own perspectives.
Ooh. What's the team attack do, though?
Nomad, you get a new ability.
Oh, there it is. Was it break the wrist? Oh, okay. Flick of the wrist. Turn order was in the way. Oh, that's cool.
Aww.
But some time passes, and Flick, you do eventually wake up from this dream and begin your shift. And at some point during your shift, Ace approaches you to have a short chat.
Hey, Flick. Can I talk to you for a second?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I just wanted to say that thank you for helping move Nomad. It was very, very brave of you to risk yourself for him like that.
No problem, mate. Like I said, I couldn't live with myself if I made it out and he didn't. I don't want to lose someone else. I don't want to lose any more friends.
I just want to say that I'm in your debt, and I really do mean that.
Well, if you say so. That's what friends are for.
Give you a smile and a little nod. But I mean that I am truly in your debt.
All right, mate.
That's it.
Okay.
Nomad. You actually have a second dream. You don't wake up right away from your first dream. You continue to sleep for a little bit until you're awoken for your shift. But before your shift begins, about 10 minutes before you're woken up, you have another dream. You find yourself surrounded by a forest of these flaming orange leaves. It seems to be fall. There are animals that are jumping in piles of leaves. Foxes dodging between the trunks, birds flying overhead. And you find, naturally, as if she had always been there, and as if you had always been here for your whole life, Lilavati, across from you. She looks serious, she looks upset, but she wears a smile like she always does. Listen, I don't know what happened. I saw you go in, and I saw it fall in the river. I'm sure you saw people came. I got everyone out. I got almost everyone out. I don't know where you guys went, but be safe. They're looking for you. I have a place to take the ones that you guys saved, except for. Listen, she just said that you helped, and she wanted to return the favor. She threw out the scent a little. They're gonna look east. They're going east to try to find you. Eventually, they're gonna find out that she lied, just like the rest of us, and I don't know what's gonna happen. But get far away from here. It's not safe for you. It's not safe for us. I'm gonna try to get everyone somewhere better. Everyone that made it. The three queens stood up. I've never seen anything like it. They said that you took care of the flying shapes and they would protect you, and they are, but it's not pretty. It's not safe here anymore. Just be safe, okay?
Lila. And I don't know if she can hear me. And I walk past the leaves and the foxes and everything beautiful, and I just touch her face, and I say, "We will avenge you."
I'm not dead. Come on. I couldn't use this spell if I was Ted. But
Not
avenge
you,
her.
literally.
Right. No, I
I
know
will.
what you mean.
Yeah, we will avenge you as a group, as a collective.
You know, I rolled a die to decide who I was going to talk to, and I suppose I should have picked somebody that, like...
You really should have spoken to someone who had better grasp of... It is alright, because I am the calmest person in this group.
You are.
Did you
That's
know
what I
how
told
many
myself.
mutations I went...
What happened, by the way?
How much time do you have?
Oh my god, if it's about the inside of that security spire, we've got 8 hours. Can we do 8 hours right now? Can you tell me everything? I know
I have a
little
shift coming
insensitive,
soon, but I will tell you everything that we have found. I feel like we owe you at least that much.
Okay, let's hear it, every bit of it.
And I
And
start
she gets
detailing
real excited,
everything.
and she sits down, and you start to tell her, and then you're almost immediately woken up by Gale to fetch you for your shift, and the dream is interrupted.
And I'm like, no, wait, I'll at the very last moments of the dream, if it's anything like what was that movie where you fucking go into the dream?
Inception.
Oh, Inception.
That one. If it's anything like Inception and things are faster in the dream, I'm just like, I'll call me again tomorrow night.
All right.
Yeah, and then I go hang out with Gail. As a note, it wasn't going to be a watch with Gail. It was just during the travel when Gail is working on things.
Oh, fair. Well, you still get woken up because
Yeah, I get woken up by whoever.
Yeah.
Probably, maybe Gail. It's just I feel like we both have terrible perception checks and shouldn't be like watching together. I feel like that's an established thing and we would not do that.
It's kind of Toto, and he's got good perception.
Oh yeah, that's true. We're saved by Toto. He can't even be surprised,
He can't
right?
be surprised. Yeah, he's great. And you also have Fiero,
Yeah.
who has pretty good perception, depending on.
That's
the storm.
true. You make make up for our terrible perceptions.
Before you say that, let me confirm that Fiero has good perception now.
Oh, is he a bird now? Because they usually have good perception.
No, I'm really making some changes. So
Gail, why?
Gail's having a moment. Either way, at some point during your travels, you guys are able to talk.
he's not too bad either. He's got +4.
So that's enough.
Actually, oh no, he's got +6 too. So yeah, both of them have +6.
Sick.
That's actually way better than whatever the fuck. I got a +1.
I was going to say, that's
perception.
almost as good as somebody with expertise right about now.
Yeah. But yeah, hanging out with Gale, Nomad approaches at some point, and he just says, "Friend Gale, are you busy?"
Only a little bit. What's up?
I am joking. I know you were busy. You were always busy. And he says, I wish to assist you doing whatever it is you do. I would like to learn a few things.
I guess so. So, like, what do you want to know?
I do not quite know where to begin, but everything you do with the machines and the bits of metal and the contraptions, it is all very fascinating to me. I play with the weave and I understand but not machines. It is like magic.
Well, I guess I can try and teach you what I know. He'll pull out a couple of like blueprints and things that he's been working on, and just start showing Nomad.
Oh, this is wonderfully complicated.
Well, you're a bit more adept at like the weave and stuff, so maybe we should start with just enchanting.
I could perhaps try, yes. Do you need help with the stones?
It's a little different than that, but kind of. And he'll pull out a pair of gloves that he's working on.
Ah, yes. Just looks at the gloves.
Well, they need to be enchanted and like get out some different like alchemical and arcane components and start whatever the ritual process for enchanting is. And hopefully Nomad can help him make some gloves of thievery.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gloves of thievery.
Not with stones. I'm just with my artificer creature.
Oh, sick. Nice.
Yeah.
Fusion.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I am getting rid of my bag of holding for this, but we have a ship, so I imagine that I don't need to be carrying everything with me at all times.
Who needs it?
You watch. You're going to regret this later.
Quite likely, but
But yeah, we have a ship. Forget a bag of holding. The ship's much cooler.
Flick has a bag of holding, right? I thought I bought one.
No.
Someone
I feel
definitely
like-
bought one.
I feel like somebody else has one, but
I think it was
Flick bought one, and
I think I did,
It was like
'cause I'm
Red
just
Strike or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nomad, you're very good at the arcane. You would understand that when Gale creates a magic item like this, it's a very different process from the normal way of making a magic item. Like he says, it doesn't use stones at all. Honestly, if anything, it feels kind of similar to the way that Yule puts magic into food. It feels almost like spell casting of some sort, but then it's innate. It's not pulling any sort of mana. I don't know. It's a weird process. It's very unique to the way that Gale does things.
I'm actually really torn if I should get the gloves or if I should make a cloak of Elvenkind. But
Ooh, they're both really useful.
Yeah. Although, who's gonna use the Cloak of Elvenkind? You? You're better at sneaking.
I'm terrible at sneaking. That's why the cloak would be really nice.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
But also, you know, gloves of thievery are just great, even though I'm not really a thief.
Yeah, you know. They're not attunement. They're great. Anyone can use them. It's a +5.
Gotta roll those 42 sleight of hand checks. Either way, the process does go smoothly. Over the course of the next day or so, about the time you get here, you do spot a couple of just plain merchant ships, it looks like. They're kind of just doing some sort of a route. And they sort of just like slow up a little bit to let you catch up to them. And Flick has done enough sailing, and even Moat to some degree, to know that when you find a peaceful, friendly ship out in the sky, sometimes it can be good to travel as a group just because of safety in numbers. It's not unusual for impromptu caravans to form when you are over civilized lands. It's up to you guys if you kind of want to be part of that, or if you'd rather stick on your own. I leave that up to you guys, but the offer is there.
I do inform the rest of the party what the Levati said, that they're searching east for us. I tell them about how it is the Turtle Woman, right?
Yeah, that's the impression you got.
Yeah, the Turtle Woman kind of helped the other slaves escape, so it was not a complete loss. The Three Kreen are fighting on our behalf, in gratitude for taking out their Sky Diamond. And perhaps we should have a moment of silence for the Turtle Woman when they find out she has lied.
She's the real hero out of all of us, I do believe, and but I'm glad to hear that it's not a total loss back there. I'll look at Moat and just kind of give him a bit of a grin.
Yes, it is a 60% success at least. That's above average, therefore I am okay with it.
Ace, what's up?
So this would be something I would have done before going to bed.
Sure.
Give me a second. I'm plugging my headphones in.
Yep.
All right. So he would have so Ace goes up and he lays in his little hammock. And he pulls out his little notebook and kind of flips to the page that he wrote the little message he got from the cards on there. And he kind of starts speaking kind of out loud, but he's like not using his actual voice. He's just kind of doing like the kinku chirping noises that they normally would make, but he's acting as if it's speech. He's just kind of goes like, "I flew like you asked. I don't know where here is. Where Where am I supposed to go? I need more guidance. Just, please. I need to know more. He just kind of like talks a little bit, kind of to himself, kind of acting like he's talking to Corlin, and just kind of but doing his little kinku chirpings at it before he just kind of falls asleep holding his notebook.
Sure. Give me a luck check and a religion check. Cool. Noted. Carry on.
Did we have a short rest?
We had a long rest.
Quite possibly. Norda, what's up?
Mine. You said like the next day we got
Yeah.
somewhere. But I just have something to do during the day. But I'll wait till after we finish up that long rest.
Okay,
I guess.
then yeah, let's go ahead and make this official. You guys do complete a long rest. This is not up to date for your current level, so you might get a little bit more than shown here. I still need to update this to level 6. And then I'm sure all of Gale's stuff has changed now.
Not as far
it's
as
a
like
long-
my recovery stuff. Because I really only get mana, so.
Full HP. I feel great again. Ooh, hit dice back. Right. Does anyone want me to speak with the dead body?
Yes, I think that's a good idea. See if we can figure out what it knows about this whole pale night business.
Sure.
If she has full health, why is she regenerating? Why is she rolling for health?
She was not at full health. Oh, right, long rest. You get all your health back.
Long rest. Yeah.
I've always thought that was kind of dumb. Okay. She gets full health then.
She's a multi-class. We're learning more about her.
But yeah, Norda's got a thing, but he's AFK for just a second, so if you want to do your speak with Dead, you can do that.
Sure. So here's the thing. Let's see. Semblance of life. And like, Nomad sits cross-legged in front. Kind of, he sits the corpse in a cross-legged position as well. So it looks like they're having a conversation. He has the orb between his hands. It's kind of floating between his palms. He's using it as a focus because, thank fuck, this doesn't use, like, consumables. I assume incense is consumed when it's burned, but like it doesn't say it's consumed.
Yeah, it doesn't say it, so it's covered by your orb can do it instead of the incense.
Yeah.
All right. As you kind of focus and channel the spell, you watch as these patterns of light kind of crawl up the body, which has been mostly wrapped up, but you left the head and the face exposed for the purpose of this spell. And you can see this pale, kind of blue light sparkle in his long-lost eyes, sunken in and decomposed. But the corpse kind of slowly creaks and groans, and it straightens its head up, kind of cocked to one side, the jaw a little loose. And it is at the ready.
Yeah. I would like to also note that while I'm saying this, I have my hood down, so it can't see I'm a mind flayer.
Sure, fair.
Yeah. And I leave the questions to the group. So decide 5 questions. I don't have any in particular.
All right.
So we need to find out.
Yeah.
I'll
B or B. Just type down your questions, and we'll figure out. There you go. Nordo, we need like 5 questions to ask this corpse. So as a group, we can decide which 5 questions it is. I'll B or B.
10 minutes to come up with 5 questions.
Yeah.
Is what happened to you a waste of a question? I mean,
No, I was about to say that was my first question. Is like, who killed you? What happened to you? Etc. How to like phrase that all in one question? Like, how did you die?
How did who kill you?
How did who kill you? Who killed you, and how, and when, and why?
What were the events leading up to your death?
Yeah, just recount your final moments.
Sure.
That's a good way to put it.
All right. There is a creak and a wheeze. You can feel wind coming from long severed lungs kind of just pushing its way through the throat until you get a groaning, wheezy response. I returned to work to save my friend. I was killed for returning. It was too late. She had been changed.
We should have asked for a detailed description.
I'd say next question might be who killed him.
It was a fiendish monster. He called himself Plague Fisher. He was the father of Ripley and Beryl Rock, who funded our research. We did not know of him until it was too late.
What was that name again?
Ripley and Beryl Rock. There were the two statues on top of the observatory, the two tieflings. So apparently Plague Fisher was their devil father.
Should we ask him how, like, what he was trying to save her from? And who she is?
Well, I assume she was Isamilia, right?
That's what I'm assuming.
I think that's a safe
Do
assumption.
we want to ask if they know why the Plague Fisher invaded?
Seems like a good question, or like
Do
what?
we want to ask what she was turned into? Because she said she had changed, right?
I'm assuming it was changed into Crybaby.
Right?
I don't think she
or
was
no, because
Crybaby.
Crybaby referred to her as mother, right? So that
It
was
just
not
said
her.
perhaps.
What do you want to know, Flick? Is there anything personal that you'd like to know that the rest of us don't know about?
Give me 1 second. I'm washing my hands. I don't know. I don't really have any specific questions. I've never heard of this Plague Fisher until just now. Well, not just now, but I'd like to ask what she changed into. It sounds like she changed into something else.
Seems like a fair question to me.
Something... Or are you committing to that one?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Some monstrous alterance of herself. A beast. A machine of meat for producing children and nothing else.
She must have been one of Plague Fisher's brides then.
Like the siren? Perhaps he just corrupted it until she became a siren, or whatever that thing was, the incubus? Perhaps that incubus that you killed was in fact her.
So
or succubus.
I think this is something higher than that.
Yeah, I think so too. So then what does the Pale Knight have to do with any of it? If it was Plague Fisher working with Isamilia to like produce fiendish offspring, then where does the Pale Knight come in?
Plague Fisher said he is the blood of Pale Knight. Everyone is. She's also known as the Mother of Demons. I think I said that before.
Yeah, she's trying to make a foothold in the material plane by having many children. Perhaps we should ask what the observatory was for.
Maybe this is a waste of a question, but do we want to ask, like, who this guy is? Do we know, like, his identity? I don't know how much that really matters, actually.
I mean, depending on who it is, it might help narrow down what we're asking him.
Yeah,
If
we
he
could
was,
also put his. Go ahead.
Like, if he's just a random looter, then he's not going to necessarily know a ton.
Well,
said to
we
go
know
back to
he
work.
worked for the observatory and that he went back to save Ice Amelia or whatever her name is, so he must be fairly high up, right?
Right, or at least, like, someone who worked there. He's not just some random... Like, he has some association with Ice Amelia, but I feel like I don't know if we really need to know more than that. Like, we know he was somebody who worked there and wanted to find Ice Amelia.
Yeah,
It could be Stilton. Or no, Stilton. Who was the other person that we had the stone from?
Stilton or...
Yeah. Other one was Isamelia herself, I think.
There was
But,
one other. Stagshore?
Stagshore? Yeah.
I might be a little biased here, but it might be nice to know what they did to bring the Plague Fisher down on them. I mean...
Well, it sounds like the observatory was built by his sons.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should find out what the observatory was actually for.
Right.
That they know of.
Seems a good question to me.
Yeah. Lock on. This is question number 4, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That was 3. We only asked 2.
No,
Nope,
you best
that's
3.
3.
Originally, it was founded to study the stars above and life below, and the way it changes, evolves, and grows, natural and unnatural. Over time, near the end, we saw changes above, unnatural, new stars, constellations that had been hidden. We learned that life can come from above. We called them the Outsiders. The founders, funders, the Rock Brothers, didn't want us to perform any more research on that. Isamelia disagreed. Eventually, it led to a conflict, to death.
Beck, I just want to let you know that if this somehow becomes a space mission where we get a flying ship where we go through space, I will be extremely pleased.
Can't
Starjammer.
And just to clarify, Outsiders is what the Lokatha and the Spire, whose name I can't remember, Eridonist called Mind Flayers. Also, he called them Outsiders.
No, Matt, I think you're an alien.
Huh.
Didn't he also call the Sylvari, or whatever they're called, Outsider?
No, he only called Illithid's Outsiders, I think.
I feel like she referred to herself as an outsider, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think they call them aberrations and not outsiders. I can't. I've never rewatched the videos, and I'm usually half asleep during like these sessions, so I can't remember everything.
Yes, I've rewatched them all because I like write the wikis, and I'm pretty sure the Eridonist called them Outsiders, but only called the
You're
Illithids
doing
that.
God's work, by the way.
Right.
Perhaps.
By God, I mean Feck. That's his job.
Doing Feck's work.
Yeah.
So we have one more question left, and there are 2 things we could ask about. One is the star chart that we grabbed, and then 2 could be why Asamelia was so enthralled by the stars, what she was looking for. Perhaps the star chart has an answer to it. Maybe they have the same. Maybe the answer is the same for both. But that would also help us explain Flick why we went here, and what dangers it could present to us in the future.
Yeah. They
Yeah.
want the star chart.
By the way, who, if it's not too much, who took, this bounty out? Who wants this star chart?
I think it was the 3-headed guy.
Well, right,
Threemies
the
is
Threemies
what
was just like his contact, right?
I'm assuming that this is it. I'm not sure, but I think it's an extension from my previous job, which was some scraggly human fellow. I don't really remember his name.
Yeah, notably, you had worked with him several times. Like, he's just the guy that you go to get a contract. And you had probably done hundreds of contracts for him over the years.
He's just kind of the middleman, I believe.
Exactly.
I see.
But then Threemies sent you on this particular mission, right? Like he did it personally.
You do feel you've got about 2 minutes left in the spell.
Yeah, I believe 3Me sent me on this personally. We should probably ask what the start chart is. I like 3Me's, but if he's using this for something bad, I don't want that to happen.
There is a chance he might not know what the star chart is if it's newer, but I think it would be good. Have you looked at the star chart yet?
Yeah, it doesn't look like the actual stars at all, so I'm not sure what it is yet.
Then I guess maybe we should ask about that. We can do this again. How can we can repeat this? Can't we nomad some other time?
After 10 days.
Before we
Cool.
do that, just to retcon slightly, Flick had typed that he was going to have Yule identify the star chart and the compass. Could we have done that like last night?
Yeah, we can pause real quick. You got about 90 seconds left on the spell. Yule, are you okay to identify both of those?
Huh.
Alright, then you will have identified them, and you learn that they are these.
Just so we don't squander a question asking what it is if we just know.
Fair enough.
That's a good word. Squander.
I love the word squander.
Squander. Ooh, that's stones.
Oh, how fun.
Ooh. This is good stones in it. Look at this shit.
No joke.
Whoa. That's a space travel aid.
No joke. That is important.
Specific
Space
location.
campaign.
We're star jamming, boy.
Dreamy is evil. Calling it now. He's the BBG. We met him in Crosswinds Bar. It's the name of the campaign.
Or he sends us on a quest to space.
He's got to just be like the lieutenant to the B, you know?
Right, he's not the BBG.
So we could
Or
we could just pass this compass in between a spellcaster and like an attacker, right?
This would be great for Flick. It'll also be great for me.
Oh yeah, because Flick also does melee attacks, so it would be perfect for Flick actually.
Well, Flick has Eldritch Blast
We both.
and
Yeah.
weapon attacks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoy having to orient all your maps north to south, in fact.
Oh, fuck no. That is literally just a toggle. Like,
Oh,
just the idea is that every time you do a spell, you get a buff to your weapons, and every time you do a weapon, you get a buff to your spells. How you track it is up to you.
I get it.
So it
I was
looks like
damn, that's some commitment to like be making one of the toggles based on your position on the map and which way you're facing.
Oh, no. It's,
It just magically points north or magically points south.
exactly.
that's-
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to our.
Right, 90 seconds. Timer's going.
all right. So are we asking about the map then?
Well, we know what the map does, so
Yeah.
what else should we ask?
Should we ask? We can ask why
Yeah.
Isamilia. Yeah. Go ahead, ask it.
Why was this astral star chart in the observatory?
It was given to Isamilia by Ripley. I don't know why. He wanted it kept safe. She was going to put it in her hiding spot. But before she could, Beryl showed up, asking for it. Beryl threatened to kill her. I intervened and killed Beryl. And then Plague Fisher came.
Like Queen Barrel?
Not from Sailor Moon, though.
Like that Beryl.
Okay, so Queen Barrel. So,
Cool, we are
Got
reviewing Sailor Moon now. Neat.
Who's a magical girl here?
I mean,
Yeah,
we're
listen,
going
you-
to space, so it's in keeping with the theme. So
Yeah.
Some
Perhaps
weird Wizard of Oz Sailor Moon cross pick. It's
Perhaps we should keep his head for now until we can ask him more questions because it seems like he might know a lot that we need to know.
Yes, so you think this is probably Stilton Stag Shoulder then?
I can assume so. Next time we can always ask his name.
If you give me 10 days, unless you want to bury him,
We can't really bury him until we get to land.
Yeah.
And
well, when we find out his name, then we can give him like a plaque.
yeah, we also can ask him where he wants to be buried or something.
Yeah. 10 days though. Where do you want to keep him? A fridge?
Hey, Nomad, in your vision that you had in the temple, you saw a few people, correct? Someone polishing an orb and someone who was talking?
Is this correct, Vic?
In your vision, you saw you were somebody who was polishing an orb, and they
Yeah.
appeared tabaxi.
It was I who was polishing the orb. I was a tabaxi person. Did I get
Oh
the
shit,
sense-
were you this guy?
Is this guy tabaxi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do I get the sense that we were the same person?
Fuck, I don't know. Do you? You could.
Uh,
I don't even like.
Do his forearms look similar?
I mean, they look like they've been flayed open and rotted for 800 years. So sure.
Excellent point.
I'm assuming this was the person you were before. Are his brains intact?
I can't eat the brain.
I'm checking to see if it looks like his brains rotted or if they were
Right,
eaten
I
out
mean,
by
he's
an
eaten
illithid.
It's a brazen.
Does he have bite marks like an illithid would put on the head? I've seen this happen 1,000 times.
I see
Does
what
he
you're
have?
asking. No, his skull appears intact. It's probably rotted inside, but you don't see any signs of brain eating.
Interesting. So maybe
That's
these
interesting.
visions you're having are just of dead people, but not people you've actually eaten.
I never quite understood how they worked, and I didn't think to question.
So
Like how you would not question epileptic fits. Sometimes I just have vision.
you do question epileptic fits, but that's a side story.
No,
Um,
the answer to epileptic fits is you have epilepsy. I just have visions.
I think it's different, but this is a bigger clue to that. That means that you can have visions of people who have died, but not that you've necessarily eaten.
Yes, this is interesting. I must study this more. I had a dream, aside from Lilavati, about Flick.
Then I had a dream about you.
Did it have a blue line connecting our chests?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Yeah, that's the one.
How is this conversation even better than Vasu and Moats?
Right?
Interesting.
I mean,
It
I
seems-
figured Vasu and Moat had a weird dream, so it's just a tiefling thing, right?
Well,
You
now
know-
you two had it, and you guys have nothing in common.
I mean, he's a tiefling. I think maybe
You're-
tieflings just sometimes share dreams with each other.
Could be it.
I don't think I've ever heard of that before.
Neither have I until now.
I'm a tiefling, and I would know about tiefling stuff, obviously.
Have you ever had this happen to you before?
I mean, possibly. I
What
don't
if it
talk about my
happens-
dreams all the time. I have really weird dreams sometimes.
What is your weirdest dream?
But I don't want to talk about that.
That is fair.
It looks like to unlock our things, we must throw our bodies and try to kid ourselves killed to save each other. It's the only way.
Did Vasu do that for Flick?
Emotionally, he did it
Oh, yeah.
emotionally.
He did, yeah. He went there and he beat on ice.
While I was AFK,
While
what
you-
a champion.
You got something out of it, so
I'm gonna check on Elise and see how she's doing.
yeah. Let's. I'm gonna go hang out with Flick for a bit and just discuss the dream a little more and ask if he feels any different. But that's what we're doing in the background.
Sure. Elise is doing all right. She's kind of glad to be back on the ship and moving again. She was getting a little creeped out by that place. You know, it just feels she likes moving. She likes the She likes seeing new things. She asks where you guys are going next, if you need any help on the ship, anything like that. The rest of the time, she's just kind of, playing cards or cleaning up or working on her common. She's been really putting a lot of effort into learning common. She figures, if she's going to travel with you guys, she should be able to speak to you. So she's been working a lot on that. You do notice that a lot of the common that she has learned has like a draconic taint to it. It's very clear that she is learning common from a bunch of kobolds and also Ace.
Yeah, I can just use her voice though, so.
But yeah.
It's a cute accent. I like it.
Nordo, what?
Just at some point during the travel day, Nordo goes into Gale's little workshop where presumably he's working. Hey, little dragon, I got a couple questions for you.
Come in and Gale's just sobbing. He's
What's the matter, little dragon? You alright?
He just holds up like a bunch of his little containers that you've seen him like put into his crossbow before, and they're just shattered and broken, completely destroyed.
Oh no! RIP class feature.
Goodbye, class feature.
I don't get arcane weapon anymore.
Oh, what? You don't?
No.
Not even the
Arcane
spell?
weapon is so good.
You still get the
Yeah, it was
spell,
broken
right?
as shit. That's probably why they got rid of it.
Yeah.
That's alright, little dragon. I get the feeling that now that this machine's broke, you'll be able to, I don't know, maybe add your proficiency to somebody else's chest because you're not proficient.
So I get to help other people, but not myself.
That's a nice thought.
Speaking of using your abilities to help others, and I just sweep your broken shit away.
Thanks.
But no. Hey, what do you need to get work started on making a ship that isn't powered by slate?
Well, we need a lot of resources, and we'll need a workshop to build it. Preferably someplace pretty large. We'll have to ask Yule to do a lot of sewing to get the balloon big enough.
I'm sure she'd be up to the task. What kind of resources? I don't know how. Maybe it's just a pipe dream, or it's too far off to really even be thinking about. But I'd like to make that a priority for us. I don't like traveling around on Sundowner X's back all the time.
I'd like to as well. The biggest thing is going to be getting the real mythwood for it. It's pretty expensive and pretty hard to come by, and the quantity that we need is it's a lot. Beyond that, then we also need canvas for the balloon. We're going to need a lot of that. Outside of that, we have all of most of the magical features we have. Thanks to that other ship that we found, we got the engine ready. And the other elements are pretty simple. Just a couple of cheap stones should be enough to get the balloon functioning. Though we probably want to get a couple more stones just for protective purposes, especially if we're going to be, encountering angry dragons and awful ticks on the regular.
I prefer not to encounter those things, but I think you're right. We should probably protect for it. So it seems like real mythwood is our main concern then.
Yeah, and I don't really know where they get it. At least not in large quantities. I've only ever seen it in small amounts.
I don't know either. Maybe, if we're headed to Thorngrove to talk with the druids, that seems like the right sort of people there.
Yeah, they probably have the best knowledge of at least where it would grow.
Alright then, I'll keep that on the back of my mind. The other thing I need to ask you about is a meta question.
Oh, of course, I love meta questions. I'm real good at them.
How does everyone feel about doing some crafting? What I would like to do is create an accessory of more AC so I don't die all the time. What I need for that is brown stones. I need 4 2C brown stones. The anklets of earth binding that we have in party loot each have a brownstone in them that we could take out. Those seem like we're never going to use them. They require the target to be like incapable of moving or incapacitated, so I feel like we're not going to use those. And then maybe either use some of these prismatics or combine some of these 0C and 1C brownstones and try to like get lucky merges up to 2s. Or not up to 2s, but like we put the 0 with the 0 and hope it turns brown, and then the 1 with the 1 and get a 2. Anyway, all that to say, how do you guys feel about me using some of our stones to make a +1 AC accessory?
I think you need it.
Given that you have 35 HP.
And that you can't wear armor.
Right. So the way that conversation happens in character is Nordo says, so I've seen you make some pretty impressive stuff. Can you just put these stones in anything?
Pretty much.
You think you could make something that makes me harder to hit?
I can try. You're kind of a big target, though.
I am, but I'm practiced at being quick, and it's alright if they hit my shell, just not the fleshy parts.
They seem to do that a lot.
They sure do. Can you put it in this? And he takes his like pearl bracelet off of his left hand and sort of clutches it for a second before handing it to you. He says, I never really take that off, so it's probably safe there.
Yeah, I can probably do that.
It won't break it, will it? Won't damage it?
Well, I'll probably need to lengthen the string a bit so that I can put the stones in, but I'll try and keep it as original as possible.
That'll be alright.
Gale, may I assist you in this endeavor?
Sure, it'll be a good learning experience for you.
Nordo also just like hovers and sort of nervously watches the whole process, kind of worried about his bracelet, even though out of character I know it's not going to hurt it.
Gale immediately starts, combining stones first of all.
I hold up a hammer and chisel for you.
If I understand the rules correctly, I think if you take the stones out of the anklets of earth binding, and then that'll give us 2 brownstone. And then if you combine the 0C with a prismatic... Oh shit, I moved all of
Oh shit.
No.
Then that will give us a 1C that's either prismatic or brown. And then you combine that with our 1C brownstone, and that'll give us either a brown or prismatic stone. And then it'll be 2 browns, 2 prismatics, or 3 browns, 1 prismatic to get us the 4 2Cs that I need.
Yep, that's the basic idea. First step is to strip out the brownstones from the binding. Where are those at? Party, magic items. Yeah, they each have a brown 2C4V. So that is going to take half an hour, and... Oh, that's it. It's just time. So half an hour, you can pull those stones out. So that's 2 browns.
And obviously I'll pay any gold associated with this.
I think it's like 4 gold worth.
Sure, I'll take that out of my inventory.
Don't worry about it. I've got so much lead powder currently.
Okay.
Which I will have to transfer over to my new sheet.
Okay, so that puts you guys at here and here. Next step is the merging. This is the fun part. It takes 10 minutes and 1 pound of lead. And then I need a DC 33 toolkit check, if that is possible. If it's not possible, you don't have to roll.
It is absolutely 100% possible.
Sick.
I'm helping!
All things are possible. Through God... I forget the rest of the Bible.
Christ who strengthens me.
Thanks.
Yep. Oh, that's real close.
Real close.
Real close. Okay, so there's no lucky merge. Oh yeah, 2d20.
Oh,
Yeah, you could roll an 18 would do it. Or wait, something like that.
No.
A nat 20.
Oh, you need a nat 20.
I could get to a 32.
Yeah. Coincidentally, I think a nat 20... Like, I think you have to pass the check and nat 20, and that's how you get a lucky. Woo! It's pretty close. Alright, either way, it does merge successfully. It turns 1 for brown, 2 for prismatic. It remains prismatic, and it bumps up to a 2-1. So you now have a 2-1 prismatic stone, and this is consumed. Alright, next merge. Ooh, that one's very doable. Let me get a toolkit check. Sick. You succeed. Let me go double check what that means. I think you...
Got the May 16.
Nothing but 16s.
16's pretty good, though.
Merging stones. On a successful check, the new stone is 1 cubic inch smaller than expected. Oh, sick. You don't even need a nat 20 for lucky. Okay, perfect. So you get a 2C, and it would be 4, but it is instead only a 3V.
And then it stays prismatic.
I think the 20s made it prismatic.
That's right. 20 turns it into prismatic. Okay, 1 for brown, 2 for prismatic. It remains brown.
What a waste of a brownstone.
You need
Or
brown
of a
anyway.
3 volts. I know, but if that would have turned into a compact prismatic, then we could have just used the regular prismatics and not wasted a compact. But
That's true.
oh well.
Compact is pretty.
Alright, so now the plan is the 3 browns and 1 of the prismatics?
Yep.
Sick.
Which, as my understanding, fits into Gale and Nomad's combined limit.
Yeah, that's a total of 15.
17.
And you guys are your max is
Yeah.
17 combined? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the calculation for it now?
It's your proficiency in Tinker's Tools, my proficiency in Arcana, and my intelligence.
Yeah, and notably, it's just the proficiency. It doesn't include your intelligence.
Yeah. So the higher of our intelligence is what we're adding.
Okay. What's your int currently?
+5.
Okay, cool. Then,
I have expertise in Arcana, and you have expertise in Tinker's
and,
Tools. So yeah.
yeah, the 17 is the thing.
Yeah, 17, perfect. Then you have plenty of room. The last step, it takes 4 hours, 4 pounds of lead, and then I need either a toolkit check or an Arcana check from whichever one of you wants to do it.
I think I should probably do it.
You should do it. I'll help you.
Unless you have wait, do you have expertise in Arcana?
Yeah, I
You
do. I have.
So-
I guess I have a +1 better.
Yeah. So why don't you do that, and I will give you guidance during the process.
Okay, I will try that. Wish me luck. Aw,
19.
I rolled a 3. Oh, 19.
Okay, my
right.
cat's freaking out. I gotta go feed him.
Yeah, you do get a +5 bonus because it's all the right colors.
Sweet. So 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 20.
So with a 19, the item behaves a little unexpectedly, but not too far off.
Should that be a 21 with guidance?
Oh, with guidance 21, then the item behaves roughly as expected. And that's exactly what it does. You now have a bracelet of protection that gives you +1 AC. It does require attunement.
I will then
I have-
attune to it.
I have a question.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is a thieves' tools considered to be a tools kit?
Yeah. Right?
So if I have thieves' tool proficiency and I can cast spells, I can craft magic items.
Correct. They need to be something that is like relevant to a thieves' tools check. So I would let you do like keys and locks, lock picks,
Magic locks. Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah. Tinker's Tools lets you make anything. Otherwise, it depends on what your toolkit is. That's what dictates what you can make.
Okay, I think I only have that, so I was just curious.
What would Navigator's tools let you make?
You can make
Maps.
maps. Yeah, you can make
Compasses?
Compass you have
telescopes,
right now.
compasses.
Qual's feather token, probably.
Thanks, guys. I didn't mean to bog down the session with that. I've just been meaning to do it.
No, it's okay. Yeah, we've been like this is cool because we crafted something.
How
We
dare you.
did.
That's
I
like
need to start
great.
looking up items I want you guys to craft for me because I need something magical.
Yeah.
You should make me a wings of flying cloak.
I have something like that planned in the near future when I have a volume high enough. But like, things to look forward to in the future.
How high of items can we craft right now? Is it only like uncommon?
It is up to
Depends on
17
the-
capacity.
Yeah, it also depends on the gems we have. I mean, the stone. Let's put Nordo's bracelet of protection on there.
Yep, you should be
It's
able to
his.
edit it. That took 4 hours, which means it's probably starting to be kind of like late afternoon or so. Which would put you guys... you probably just got done crossing over to Erebus Island, or whatever this island is actually called. I have it marked somewhere. The island with Erebus on it. You'll probably get there around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, then we can get some dinner and rest up.
Yeah. Nothing uneventful or crazy happens before then. And if you would like, you can stop at your monastery and rest there overnight. I know he just went AFK, but I'll assume that's the plan, because I think
That was the plan. That was the plan.
Were we at Erebus before?
This is most of your first times being here. Everybody except for Moat and Nordo.
Oh. This is where Nordo's from?
This is where Nordo's monastery is.
Gotcha. Oh, this is neat. Do we get to visit your monastery?
I believe that was the
Meet
plan.
Kensei Thistle?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna say.
Yeah, so as you guys kind of make your way over towards this mountain, it's dark, and it actually requires a little bit of, like, expert navigation to find it, kind of tucked against the mountains. But you do eventually see the courtyard of this monastery, kind of high up on one of the northern sides of one of these mountains. There's a little bit of a blustering wind. Let's see how I'm actually going to roll this 3 times, because you guys have changed your territory. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. The temperature has gotten a little bit cooler. There's just a very faint mist rolling in from the west. You can see the ocean off in the distance from way up here at the top of these mountains. But you see this this courtyard that has been built out from the side of one of these mountains. Kind of like, what the fuck is...
You cut out.
What is the name of that city in Lord of the Rings that has that long platform coming out?
Oh, that place.
Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
A little bit sort of like that, except it's just the platform. It's not the rest of the city. And there you actually do see that there is another smaller airship that is currently docked to it. And you can see just like 2 or 3 people that are kind of walking around with torches, keeping an eye on the grounds. They do, as you approach, kind of put a close eye on you, and one of you receives a magical message. It would be whoever is helming the ship, so probably Moat at the time, actually. State your business.
We're here to seek refuge in the monastery. I've got Norda with me.
Oh, well, alright, we'll get you docked. They seem to recognize the name. Doesn't recognize your voice right away, but Nordo's name is enough to get you clearance. You guys get tied up, are able to drop ladder, or plank, however you want to do it, and are able to make your way down onto this monastery. You can see that it's kind of quiet. Everybody has wrapped up dinner. Several people have already gone to bed. But there's this long, grassy walkway with the occasional like rock fountain or trees here and there. There's one of these little patches that has several beehives where one of the monks is kind of tending to bees, wearing not nearly enough protection and covered in these little red welts, but, you know, he's a monk. He's into it.
Of course.
But eventually, you were led back towards the side of the mountain, where the stone archway kind of carves in for a little bit, and you find kind of a cool, quiet shelter lit by torchlight, the occasional magic light, and eventually, you see some friendly faces, and they welcome the 2 of you back. Okay, you're back. It took a little longer than expected. Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's just fine. Is Kensei Thistle around this evening?
She actually has been gone for 3 or 4 days. Didn't say where she was going, it's always secret business with her, but, I could see if anyone else. Honestly, it's been a little bit bare bones lately. There's been some weird rumors of things going on to the west. Hard to say really what is happening. They don't tell me much, I just watch the place. Either way, we can definitely house you. We have a lot of empty beds with everybody gone.
Yeah, that'd be great if we just had a place to stay for the evening, and I think Moat's looking to send a message if y'all have a way of making that happen for him.
Right, of course. We do a little bit of post. We don't get everything, but we could do that. What is the message?
I'm trying to reach the Order and just let them know that I completed my mission.
Ah, right. Understood. I normally that would have to go through Thistle. I don't think the Order has like a P.O. box or anything.
Right.
I'll tell you what. Let me go see if we can get in touch with Thistle and what she's up to, and perhaps she'll be able to sort that out. If not, we can leave a message and it'll get sent whenever she gets back.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
She does kind of lead you guys to a little side chamber where there are some very, very simple beds set up. Almost everything in here is just carved out of stone, and it's nicely furnished, it's clean, it's well maintained, but it's also very simple, it's very primitive. It is very much the monastic lifestyle. It's one of quietness and relaxation, not relaxation, but just peace and simplicity. And then she leaves you there and then says she's going to head to the bird chamber to see if anybody can send a message or if they've heard from Thistle, and try to get that message sorted out.
Just real quick, you said she went west. Do you have any idea what her business was?
No, I'm afraid not. And you would know just from your time spent here. This is a thing that she does every now and then, where she gets some secret mission and she runs off for a few days and then comes back. She
Okay.
just mentioned there was some sort of a stir over in Willingquet. Something behind the scenes and hush-hush that she had to take care of. I've learned it's honestly better not to ask. I'd expect her back in the next couple of days.
Can I do an insight check and see if this person knows more than what they're saying?
Sure, go for it.
May I also do an insight check?
Sure, go for it.
May I roll to keep my head down? Have my hood up. Just in the background.
It is a little peculiar. You get a couple of strange looks from the docking crew, but you're here with Nordo, so you're cool, and nobody really seems to give you a lot of trouble. And you do actually notice that one of the groundskeepers is a bugbear. He just kind of looming over everybody else at 8, almost 9 feet tall. But he's dressed in the same monastic garb as everyone else. He's got a couple of nunchucks at his side, and a long staff that he's sort of doing this precarious balance against as he keeps watch. It's kind of a mixed crowd here. There's a handful of humans and elves, but there's the bugbear. You do see an orc, which is a little unusual. There is a kobold farther in, at sort of the dining hall, who's having himself some sort of hot porridge or something like that. So it's a pretty diverse group.
I just look at Nomad and I'm like, I was a monster when I came here and they took me in. I think you'll be alright.
Oh, if you say so. And he puts the hood down and is immediately attacked. So he moves forward, he pulls the hood down, and he says greetings. Do not be alarmed.
When you pull the hood down, the human kind of passing by in the hall, this human girl, she gives you kind of a weird cock of the head, but then she does eventually bow and good night. But you do hear a little tiny chuckle from the dining hall at the end of the hall as the kobold's like,
Sweet dreams, I say in her head.
Oh my god.
That is what you tell people who are going to bed, right?
Yeah, but maybe only people you know and not in their heads. Unless you know them.
Also not out loud, though.
I was gonna. Okay.
Maybe just don't. What did our insights reveal?
With your insight checks, you get the sense that she doesn't really know much. In fact, Ace, you would kind of get the sense that maybe she's a little panicked at having so many people suddenly show up while they're like severely understaffed and a bunch of people are missing. She's doing her best, and she's being very trusting of Nordo, which is good. She just seems like she's a little overwhelmed. Like there's been a lot going on, and not many people here to handle it. And maybe this is one of her first times, kind of, managing things on her own. But she doesn't seem to be like holding information back or lying.
Cool. Also, another question, because I forget, is that guy's dead body still on our ship? Like, not the one we just did, but Moats, the Moats mission guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, presumably.
Where are we taking his body?
To see the world.
That is the correct answer.
Next first mate, Gale.
He agreed
Are
to
we
that
act-
service, right?
Thought
Do
we
know
left
where
him
we're taking
behind.
him? Oh, we
Isle
took
of
him
the
with us.
Firebird, right?
Oh, yeah, okay,
Firebird's
cool.
Roost.
Yeah, Firebird's
Do we
Roost, that's what it is.
Do we know where that's at? Should we ask this monastery?
We could.
You guys did checks, and none of you knew where it was at.
Oh shoot, the body. You want me to ask questions to the dead body?
Oh, we could ask him questions, like his favorite color.
Start with favorite color.
Let's not actually waste my mana on asking his favorite color. I switched to suggestion anyway. I don't have it this morning.
It's still the same day.
But then I still have it.
I mean, if you're willing to spend it, it would be nice to have some answers.
Yeah, if you have questions, I will absolutely spend it for you.
Perhaps we should ask the monastery first, just to...
Yeah.
Since it'll take a while.
Yeah, it couldn't hurt.
Alright, eventually she comes back, Poldy, and she says, we've left a message. The last time we heard from Thistle, she had arrived in Valdalance and was proceeding westward. We suspect she'll be back in maybe 4 or 5 days. But if we hear anything sooner, we've relayed your message. She'll be informed that you've completed your mission, and she'll pass it along to the Order.
Thank you, that's very generous. Does anyone here happen to know anything about Fire Roost or Firebird's Roost?
Ooh, well, I can go check the archives. I'll see if anybody's heard of it. And she'll kind of head off towards the little library tucked in the back. And it's probably 30-40 minutes past before she does eventually come back. Never heard of it. We've heard references to it, but it's always just been kind of in passing or in legend. There's no record that the island actually exists. Some people suggest maybe it's just a story or from an ancient time. Hard to say.
I see.
May I roll history to figure out Firebird's Roost?
I am almost positive that everybody in the party has already rolled. But
Yeah, but I've recently gained expertise in it.
Okay, that's an extenuate, that's a change in circumstance. You can give me a fresh one.
So, let's see. 15.
Never
I
heard of
rolled a 4.
Yeah, never
heard of it.
Well, thanks for checking, I appreciate it. Do you need a hand with anything? You guys seem a little short-handed.
It's okay. It's just there's a lot of people showing up, and it's really fine. I'm getting myself worked up over nothing. It's not like we really have much going on. I was just.
Are you sure? I'm happy to help. You're letting us stay here.
Maybe.
Yeah, we should earn our keep.
I owe you all quite a lot, obviously. If there's anything y'all need, we're happy to help. We're capable. We'll take care of ourselves.
Would you like a back rub?
Well, and she looks at you kind of funny. I'll tell you what, if you happen to wake up early and want to help with breakfast, there are a lot of extra mouths to feed.
It'll be done, don't you worry about it. Do I know this person, by the way?
You do. This is Poldy. She is... she's been in the Order longer than you, but has failed to progress in her ranks. She's very nervous. She's not very confident in herself. It's affected her training, her studies.
Gotcha.
She's kind of... she's friendly. She's nice enough. Nobody, dislikes her.
Cool.
But, she just hasn't gone very far in her monastic studies.
But don't you worry about it, Polly. We'll We'll take care of ourselves and we'll get up and make breakfast for you. We're just happy to have a safe bed to sleep on. You don't need to worry too much about us.
You guys kind of get everything settled in and rest up overnight. And let me double check a thing. Oh, right, there is one thing. Or, Ace, sorry, did you have something, or are you good?
I'm going to ping to see how many humanoids are in the 5-mile radius of...
Okay. With a ping, you would get, oh my god, probably like 35 to 40 humanoids right next to you somewhere in this complex, including the people that are in your party. And then you would get, yeah, actually 5-mile radius, that's probably it.
Oh.
So, Nordo, it looks like you have 35 mouths to feed.
I think between me and grandmother, we'll be able to get it done. What do you think, grandmother? You up for feeding 35 in the morning?
That's nothing to her. She has a family of 100.
Grandma.
It's only like 1/3 of your children.
Grandma Yule.
She passed on.
He might be dead. Hang
I
on.
think she might have died.
So, are you alive?
She passed off in her
What?
sleep.
There he is.
I was watching football, sorry.
It's all good. I am too on the side over here.
We'll
I
take
like
it
to
outside,
imagine
it's okay.
that her actual response. Sorry, I'm watching football.
She's just in a rocking chair staring out the window.
Grandmother, we got to cook breakfast for 35 in the morning. You think we can handle it?
Oh, that's nothing. I've done that many a time.
I figured so. With 100 grandkids, you got to cook pretty good, big holiday meal.
Oh, for sure. I basically run my own banquet hall.
I want to inside check that so bad.
You're all there.
I'm going to, because why not? I'm inciting everyone.
That is very impressive.
It's what I do.
If there's any assistance I could offer, I would be happy to.
I'd take his assistance and use it for deception.
In cooking, but okay.
Guess whether you're lying or not. Give me a deception roll. Okay. Regardless.
He was never cooked a day in her life.
I don't understand.
I passive insight 17, so I'm glad I get that too.
Are you being serious for the record?
No.
Okay.
Seems
all of
perfect.
all of the cookies and stuff she uses for spells, she buys from the store.
Yeah. I mean, they have the price tags on them still. Like, have none of you looked?
The cookies are those like sugar cookies with the icing on them that you find at every grocery store ever.
No,
the
Jesus.
best cookies.
They're so
They're
gross.
so good.
No, they're so gross.
They really are gross. I used to love them when I was younger, but now they're
I'd
just...
scrape the icing off and eat it first, and then eat the cookie. Oh,
Oh. All right. The night goes mostly uneventfully, except around like 8:30, 9 o'clock or so, about an hour or two after you guys had landed. Ace. Okay, listen. I know that 25 words. Listen, just come talk, maybe? It was an accident. I didn't mean to bug you. I really need that heart. Listen, it's important.
I'll see what we're heading up there at some point. We'll see what we can do.
All right, you don't get any response to that.
Yeah, I'm aware I have this.
But yeah, you know how it works.
I get out my bed. I go over to Gale. I don't know if he's asleep or not yet, because it's pretty early. What is Gale doing at this time, actually?
He's he's kind of walking back and forth and periodically clicking his heels together and teleporting backwards 15 feet.
Ooh.
Like, hey,
that's
look
what you ended up with?
Look what I could do. And I click my heels together and I teleport backwards and I'm like run forward a little bit and then click my heels and teleport back.
Nomad is confused because we
That's
were
really
working
awesome.
on gloves and a cloak, and it turned down his heels.
Yeah. Look, I still have those. They're all just.
Yeah.
I can only have 3 active at a time.
Yeah. Are these ruby, by the way? Are they red shoes?
Ruby slippers.
Yeah.
Those look fantastic. But Blackjack, I forget his name. Joker contacted me again, asking about the heart. Says he really needs it.
You need to start screening your calls.
I can't stop it. It's magic. But
I feel like there's going to be a way to stop it, or like an answering machine. I'll work on it.
Gil.
But
Answering machine.
the problem's going to come up is that we eventually need to return to the Salt Bowl or Flick, and when we return there, the heart was destroyed, right?
No, I've got 2 of them.
I thought it was destroyed whenever Toto ascended.
No, I don't think so. Just the crystal got destroyed. But
Okay. Also, I was sick. I didn't play that day, so what I was told out of character was that it was destroyed.
I'd have to
So we have
double
2
check.
now.
I'd have to double check. It's my understanding that the second one got destroyed, but I will go rewatch that because I forgot.
Where did the second one come from?
Only the second one got destroyed. He picked it up, and then almost immediately it got destroyed with deactivating like Toto's God mode.
Yeah. Where did we get a second heart from?
I thought
From
it was
the same
first
place
one.
where we lost it.
I thought it was the first one that was destroyed because it was inside Toto, and then he replaced it with the second one.
He spliced like a wire from the gem to the Clockwork Heart to Toto, and then it exploded the gem.
Right.
And then we found another one inside that spire?
Yes, we found one in the spire, and then immediately used it to deactivate the emergency shutdown, which caused it to explode. So we found it and then destroyed it in the space of like an hour.
Yeah, the one inside of Toto is still intact.
Gotcha. Well, are you planning on just keeping that then? Because he's going to keep bugging me.
Well, look, the thing is that we're going to need a workspace to build this this new ship.
And he has one?
He has one. So I think that exchanging the heart for that is probably worth it.
That sounds like a very good plan. Next time he contacts me, I'll tell him... What should I tell him?
Just that we are heading over. We've had some delays due to personal matters, but we have the heart. It is safe, and that we will be returning it as soon as we can.
I get like 6 seconds to respond, so it has to be something like, on our way, sorry for the delay.
I think you get 25 words.
He likes you, and you're pretty amiable. I'm sure you'll figure out a way to make that more concise.
Will do. Alright, I just wanted to let you know.
Sure. I'm going to work on an answering machine for you. Or like a P.O. box or something, so that he's not always, in your head.
That's much appreciated, though. If you're going to make me a magic item, I feel like something maybe a little bit more...
offensive.
Combat-wise, or maybe helping me find stuff would be nicer.
He wants to fly.
Or flying. Or a laser gun. Laser wings. Ooh.
We will make him power armor. It'll be fine.
I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, Gil. You're a gem.
I immediately start working on an answering.
All right. The night does go smoothly, apart from that brief interruption, and you wake up first thing in the morning, bright and early. Way too early. Earlier than sin. To the smell of breakfast and the sound of mountain air kind of coming in through that big open stone archway. The small crowd that is here gathers and prepares to eat. Nordo and Yule, if you guys are up early, you can give me some cooking checks to help out. You do get a short rest.
Does Lila dream to me again?
She does not.
Gotcha.
She's done with you.
Also, last night, did you want me to ask questions? Because I'll be switching the spell
Oh
out this
yeah,
morning.
that's a good call. If you want to do that, you got to do it before you switch spells.
If you don't mind spending the mana, it might be nice.
I do not mind. Yeah, I gain more tomorrow in the morning. I have 2 mana.
Do you have the questions prepared, other than just the where the island's at?
Oh, it's so much.
Uh,
I have 5 questions. You'll be fine.
Yeah, 5 questions
We'll
in
figure
10
it out.
minutes. You can wing it. Alright, as you kind of unfurl the bones and cast the spells, you watch as just the skull rises up a couple of feet, and you hear the clacking of bone on bone, and the spell is ready.
I mean, the first one seems pretty obvious if he knows where Firebird's Roost is.
Answer: yes.
That's it.
To the east, the far east, I think, but I do not know for certain.
Sorry, I'm thinking. Maybe.
Perhaps ask him what he knows of the Firebird's Roost.
Guess it couldn't hurt. What do you know about Firebird's Roost?
It is the place where this region's phoenix returns when its soul bearer dies, until a new bearer has been chosen. It is the point of reincarnation.
So, were you the Phoenix's soul bearer then?
I suspect as much, but they wouldn't tell me.
I wonder if it's that icy place we flew through. Didn't you say you saw a phoenix in the ice?
That's what I thought I saw. I mean, I thought it was a rock, but then after everything that happened with Vasu and Mode, I thought maybe a phoenix.
Moat, do you think you're the next Firebird soul holder?
I mean, it's hard to say until we get this guy back to Firebird's Roost, I guess. Can the Phoenix not be reborn until you're returned to Firebird's Roost?
I'm not certain. It's all a little bigger than what I understood.
That's 4, right?
That was
Yes.
3, I think. That was 3.
That's 4.
I think it was 4, yeah.
It was definitely 4.
It was where's the Firebird's Roost? What do you know of the Firebird's Roost? And are you the Soul Phoenix bearer? Or if your
And
soul
then whether or not
returned?
the Phoenix has to.
Oh, okay.
Whether or not.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I can't count apparently. What does the Phoenix do? Like, what is so important about this Phoenix?
Well, I know that one. He's one of the 4, like, elemental forces. They have
Do you
to
want-
remain in balance before one, keep one from getting too powerful.
Do you need to know how he died, or do we already know that? I know he died trying to return the. Well, this is the body. Do we know how he died?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of leaning towards. How did you die?
Ooh, hang on, I gotta look something up. That's a good question.
I was stabbed.
Natural causes.
I died of natural causes.
A natural sword.
When you're stabbed naturally, you die.
I
People die when they are killed.
traveled with my companions to the Storming Glass. There I was killed by the Raiju and Ryujin in unison. They had great power over wind and water. The world around them stung with electricity. We were not ready. We were not ready. And the bones slowly lower themselves back down into place, and there's a clatter as they kind of land in the pile.
That would make sense why that Ryujin thing came after us when we got the body. Trying to keep the Phoenix from being reborn.
It most definitely would. It's a little alarming. It makes me feel like I need to get this guy to the east sooner rather than later.
They
We
are
don't know
searching
where.
for us in the east.
They are searching for us in the east, and we don't know where yet, so just
I was gonna say east is also a pretty big direction. I mean, we don't know really where we would go.
with any luck, Ken Sathis will be able to reach the order, and maybe I'll get some guidance.
Also, Nomad, give me an
Sounds
Arcana check real quick.
Who?
Sounds like we might be
Nomad.
following in her footsteps anyway, going to Valid Island.
Nomad.
Does seem
Okay.
that way.
28.
You would be distinctly aware of how the spell works. He speaks with no knowledge beyond his death.
Yeah. I do clarify, like, he doesn't know anything that happens after his death. Only before and during. Like, not during while he was dead, but during as he's dying before his mind shut.
I see. So, whatever information he has is possibly outdated.
Possibly, yeah. Depends on how old he is. I read them the spell description on my spell card. I imagine if Nomad has like spell cards in a deck, kind of like Yugi.
Okay, quick question. So, the guy who was sent before me to do the mission that I was sent on, he was like freshly dead, right? Like, that was a recent assignment that he just got sent on?
It was
To like take this guy where he needs to go?
right. It was at least not ancient. I forget exactly how good your medicine check was, but I believe it revealed that it was something. It was like in a period of like 5 to 50 years, not like hundreds or thousands of years.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, that's a lot to chew on. But
If you don't like
anyway,
my cooking, you can just say it.
Nordo, your cooking is amazing.
You do notice that the monks are especially, like, they're eating this shit up. And you get the sense that it's not just a result of the fact that you have really good cooking, but you guys also, like, made things that have flavor. And they're allowing themselves to indulge it because it's a special occasion. But part of the monastic lifestyle is often being simple and, denying self. So to indulge
Bread and
in
water.
yeah, exactly. It's bread and water and porridge all day. Out of choice. So for them to have an excuse to have like a really nice meal that tastes really, really good, they're all having a good time of it. And after most of them finish breakfast, they do some of their early morning chores, but then maybe an hour or two later, as you guys are kind of preparing to ship off, they do get together and just do a little music. They do some sort of almost ceremonial sequence of song, as a few of them begin doing a painting on one of the walls with these very thin watercolor paints that they kind of paint by hand or by finger.
I definitely join in their morning exercises, and while they're doing that painting, I just kind of sit back and kind of follow along in my sketchbook.
Yep. Actually, before you do that, you would be aware, you grew up with this, you know what this ritual is. The painting is very much, it's a lot like those sand paintings that they do. It's an expression and temporary.
Right.
So the whole point is that when they're done with it, they're going to wash the whole thing clean. And to have any sort of like permanent record of that painting would almost go against the nature of what they're doing.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Cool, then I do not do that.
But yeah, that's just kind of what they don't do it all the time, but they do it on special occasions or when, something like this is happening. But they do eventually kind of get you guys sent off. They tell you that they will forward your message to Thistle, who will then forward it to the Order, and they wish you well.
As they're doing their painting, if I could, I'd just lean over to Poldy and I'm like, whenever Kensei Thistle gets back, just let her know I stopped by, would you? And give her my regards and just let her know I'm doing well.
Of course. Be safe out there.
We'll do our best. I can't promise safety, but
we'll
try.
It's probably not my place to pry, but I can't help but ask. When Moat showed up, he was in a big, fancy, expensive Order airship. What's with the new lift?
It's a bit of a long story, something along the lines of ship crashed and me and Moat fell down into the ocean and wound up in a slavery ring for a little bit, and then found this ship crashed with some giants and brought it back here.
I see. Well, that sounds like quite an adventure. I'm sure we'll hear the story when it's all done. Anyway, I should get back to cleaning. I've got a lot of extra people to take care of.
I should warn you as well. We're coming from Larvalfen, and there was a bit of a commotion there. Well, I'll put it frankly, we killed some slavers and freed some slaves, and now the slavers are kind of after us. I don't know how far they'll be able to track us. I don't know. I don't suspect they'll come this way, but if you see them coming, the Red Balloons, the Savage Labor Company, the Golden Eagle, or the Golden Lion,
right?
Just keep your head down. They might be looking for us.
Okay. Wow. Understood. Hopefully Thistle gets back soon. But, right, no, I can do it. I can do that. You said they're probably not coming this way anyway. I'll see what I can do.
Don't expect so. Thank you again for having us. I know you've got a lot going on.
Right. Of course, no, it's, it's all part of the job. Anyway, I should go. Thank you for swinging by. It's been a while since we've seen you. Some people were getting worried.
Yeah, it's been too long. I'll try to come by more often if we can manage it.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Before you go, someone was looking for you. Hang on, who was it? Give me a moment.
Your sister. And then we never saw her again.
She returns as an ancient red dragon. Roll initiative.
Right, okay. Alright, it was, a human woman, kind of dark robes, just showed up out of nowhere. It was the weirdest thing. No ship didn't come up the path. We thought perhaps we were being infiltrated or something. She just seemed to go where she pleased, but one day she just walks up to a group of us, asks if we had seen a turtle. We, mentioned that there was one in our midst for some time, but we didn't want to give too much information. But they seemed insistent, and said that if we saw the turtle again, to give him this. And she hands over just a tiny little rolled parchment that has a ribbon tying it closed.
Does that description of a person sound familiar to me at all?
It sounds very generic. Give me a wisdom check or an intelligence check, I suppose. No, it just sounds very generic, and the way she described it, it sounds like they didn't really even get a good read on her. It was a weird interaction based on this conversation that you're having. She was clearly like intentionally trying to mask her true identity. She wore long black robes. She had kind of a cloak over her face, but definitely human female. And that's really all she got. And then when she handed us this, she walked off, walked right out the door, and one of us went after her. Robin did, and he said when he got outside, she was just gone, like she had just vanished into the wind.
And how long ago did this happen?
About a week and a half, maybe a little longer.
Can I make an insight check? Is she telling me the whole story here?
Sure.
That's what we like to see.
It's a good one. Unfortunately, it doesn't reveal anything out of the ordinary. You think that you're getting the whole story from her. She seems glad to have remembered this all of a sudden and a little ashamed to have forgotten it until just this very moment. But yeah. You don't think she's holding anything back except maybe concern that you're tied up in something too big. She's a little bit worried about whatever this is. She feels like whoever came looking for you might be dangerous.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Polity. We'll be out of your way now. I'm sorry to have interrupted your work. Thank you for passing this along, though. I wait till we get back to the ship to open it up.
All right. When you open it back up, or when you untie it and you open this very small scroll, it's only about the size of an index card once it's totally unfurled. And it is written in Aquan, just the word home. I'll be waiting.
Eerie.
Oh my god. It's all really happening.
Your sister turned into a human.
This changes everything.
It really does.
She's a human, you're a mermaid.
What?
I think it's time to split the party again, guys.
Oh, I apologize. Hang on, sorry, real quick. That is Orcish, not Aquan.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's a big difference.
Okay, yeah, that's a huge difference.
Sorry, I had to check my notes there. There's a couple of... Yeah, that is Orcish, not Aquan.
Okay. Tremendous.
Where is the
difference.
Orcish island you're from?
Well, it's... When I was taken by the Crimson Hand, it was in Tramus. But they traveled island to island. We went from Tramus to Arapis, and they presumably went from Arapis somewhere else. We would steal boats, and sail to an island, spend a few months, or in some cases a couple of years in one place, and then travel to another. So they're kind of nomadic. They don't really stay in one place.
Do you think they're talking about your actual origin home then?
I assume they're talking about my home, Melanoa. But there was only one person in the Crimson Hand that I told that story to. That was, that's kind of a story of its own. There was another slave that was taken in, a half-orc boy by the name of Cal. And I made friends with him. He was kind of a brother to me. And I always told him one day we'd escape together and start a new life. And to be honest with you, I'd kind of assumed he never wanted to hear from me again because I escaped and left him behind. And it's been years now. I assume he thinks I forgot about him. But he's the only one who would know about my home, about Melanoa. And as far as people that speak Orcish anyway. Although I suppose the other orcs could have gotten that information from him if they needed to. But, that's something.
How urgent do you think this is?
Suppose it's hard to say. It says someone will be waiting, but you all have, I don't know, you've already gone out of your way to take care of me and Moat's mission. I hate to keep pulling everyone else away from their business.
I mean, we do have to come back this way eventually, anyways. Maybe on the way back.
Whoever it is that's waiting for me, if they're speaking Orcish, presumably it's someone from the Crimson Hand, and can't say as I'm in a real big hurry to see any of them again, so if they wanted to get me there in a hurry, they could have left me a more detailed message.
Damn it, Gale.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, where is this? Sundowner. I believe these are wisdom.
I'll help activate.
Nope, there we go. Alright, he's bound for another 10 days, I think it is.
I apologize, Profis.
I'm so sorry. We're trying to end this. Just sit still.
My apologies. So sorry. You'll be free soon. We just need to build another ship.
This is a long shot, but could I at the monastery just ask what's her name, Poldy, if she knows where we can get some real myth?
Oh my god, that's a long shot.
I know.
Back in her day, she was a real myth farmer.
Not a clue. Nobody here has a clue. A couple of the monks say that they they have staves or nunchucks or weapons that are made with it. But they all just say that they bought them in Valdalance and, brought them back.
Okay.
Is this monastery like a religious monastery, or just kind of just like for people to just be chilling in a mountain?
It's more, I don't know how much I can fill out about this, but it's like martial arts training / art, like painting. I don't know if it's religious or not. That's
So more like kung fu movie than it is like a monastery of like.
Yeah, several people in here are religious, and a lot of people have taken up this lifestyle for religious reasons, but they are not as a whole devoted to any one god or deity. Some people are here for the martial arts training. Some people are here for religious reasons. Some people are here just because it's safer than the surrounding area. There's a number of reasons that the folks at this monastery are at this monastery, but it is not an inherently religious order.
Gotcha.
Either way, you guys are off. Oh my god, there's that damn eagle again.
Yeah.
I know.
Keeps getting.
Where's that from?
It's from the ambience thing that I linked.
Oh, you have an ambience thing?
Yeah.
It went off at like the exact same time you said that.
Same, like, yeah.
It's so much louder than everything else.
I'm handing out pamphlets to the people. Worship me. I will change your mind.
Either way, you guys get set off, and let me do a couple of these. Okay. You are not accompanied this time by any sort of caravan. It seems that they split off and started heading south a little bit before you crossed the mountain range. And there is a long stretch where you have to kind of cross north over the open ocean. And there are a couple of small encounters, but you guys are at a level now where the smaller encounters are fairly trivial to you. There is a little incident where there is a small pack of flying sharks that kind of threaten to chew the ropes, or, nibble up some of your smaller members. Yule has a little bit of an incident with one of them, but, they go down to 1 or 2 Eldritch Blasts, and that's all there is to it.
Can I capture one?
You can try. How are you trying to do it?
So I take a rope and I tie it around it.
Okay.
And I just dangle it from the ship. Every now and then we'll dip down and run it through water.
Oh no, these are flying sharks.
Oh, they fly. Yeah, I just tie a rope around it.
Like
Fly
wings or like magic just swimming through the air?
No, imagine a shark, but it has like very large dragonfly wings.
Why?
I love them. Yeah, so I muzzle one, and I'm trying to like wrangle it and pat it and like shh.
Do you like beat it unconscious first, or are you trying to do this without harming it?
I probably beat it unconscious. Or like, I have
Okay.
no idea how to do the animals. You think I asked Nordo, like, hey, are these animals that you can communicate with?
Is this an animal that I can
They are.
communicate with?
I kind of blur the line between beast and monstrosity because I think monstrosity is a dumb classification. So yeah.
Okay.
Suppose I could, but it looks hungry. Why don't we just send it on its way?
Yeah, we should feed it and ask if it can follow us, so we can have it. That's literally what Nomad said.
Now,
We
friend
feed
Nomad, I know that you spent a lot of your life underground. We didn't see interesting things like flying sharks, so might sound like a nice idea to have one as a sort of pet or companion, but I'm not so sure that's the best idea.
Why so? Confusion.
Animals aren't, they kind of operate mostly on hunger more than anything else. If keep that thing around, eventually it's just gonna eat one of us when we don't give it a proper meal.
Oh, then we will just have to give it a proper meal every time. I
Oh,
feel like if we put what do you call those? A saddle? The things you put in horses. Those are called saddles, right?
The difference
Yes.
between a horse and a shark is that horses are trainable and sharks are bloodthirsty eating machines.
Now,
Has
I do not think your
anyone?
plan will
now
work.
that is a negative stereotype about sharks that has been perpetuated by Hollywood that I want to take a moment to defend. Sharks are wonderful creatures, and they're not inherently violent. With that said, this is a terrible idea.
They
and
attacked our ship,
and
so
the-
therefore,
these-
yes,
They're
they are.
hungry.
These fantasy sharks are absolutely horrible creatures who exist only to eat the flesh of man.
Oh, of man. That's
Let me reiterate: a shark, regardless of fantasy or not, is a horrible pet, and you should not put a saddle on it and try to ride it.
Listen, that would be understandable if it was just a shark and could not fly. But look at it; it is a flying shark.
You're gonna sit on its wings and it won't be able to fly. Also, does this shark
What?
need to
No,
like breathe
behold.
water, or does it have lungs?
Give me a nature check. It definitely has gills.
I'll just cut open one of them.
Oh,
sit
okay.
down
Ace
No,
is,
the shark.
Ace is contemplating whether or not a creature that has gills needs to breathe water, and Flick ends this conversation.
Whenever I was on
No.
the boat with Yule, I had a shark almost eat me, so I'm not having one on this ship. And kicks the corpse over the edge.
As it blows
No.
apart, you do see that it has no lungs.
It has to dip into the water.
It would have suffocated if you would have kept it on the ship.
What? No, we would we would have a water tank in it.
Where?
The ship.
There's not enough room.
We have
It
a
would be
cart.
sad. It would be a
ship.
sad life.
It would not be sad. We could entertain it.
You remember episode 1 when? Oh, this is like no different from Rex right now. You just be trapping him in a small container and be like, "You're mine now."
What? No, Rex is serving us. This would just be entertainment for me.
That's the servants too.
somehow works.
I do believe that slaves are also used for entertainment.
Are they? I thought they were made to be useful.
For Nomad, we were all used for entertainment a few days ago as slaves.
I don't know.
Several weeks.
I do not know about you, but I do not recall being used as entertainment. I was more like the tiger,
Yeah, the entertainment.
and he looks flattered, or whatever flattered looks like to him. It's like, I was entertaining.
You're always entertaining, Nomad. Never let
Flattered.
anyone tell you otherwise.
So can I keep the shark?
No. It's also
Very-
dead. It's also dead.
Dead.
I mean, it's dead now. No one else wants it.
I'll meet you halfway here. I'll make a delicious soup out of it, and you can eat the soup.
Okay.
The brain soup.
This is acceptable.
Alright. Some time passes. You prepare what is left of the shark to have some shark soup for dinner. About the time dinner is ready, maybe 5:36 as the sun is getting low on the horizon, you do find land. Those of you who have flown over this area recognize kind of the temperate environment as Willingquet, specifically its eastern side. Ace and Nomad, it has been a few weeks. I think it's been like a month and a half, something in that ballpark, since you guys passed by here. You don't recognize any of it because you only kind of traveled through the woods and along the skirts of the coast anyway. But it looks kind of familiar to the area that you traveled on your way towards Deltana. But eventually, after a couple more hours, as the sun is going down and darkness starts to take the sky, you do see a rather large city, kind of in the shape of a spire, with these multiple tiers of stone construction. This brilliant, gleaming white walls, these towers that seem to spiral up with this blue-green twisted stone at their caps, just decked out in magical lights, green and blue and purple and pink, that seems to light it up like Christmas as you guys approach from below or from above.
As we approach, Nordo goes into the kitchen and gets out all the boxes of these god-awful abomination sweets, brings them up above deck. Says, "Grandmother, this is the place where we're supposed to go to get rid of all these terrible cursed things, is that right?"
Oh yeah, that's correct.
And there's somebody you know here that we're going to take them to?
Yep. Yeah. They work in the, I don't know what it's called, like the center.
Yeah, it was listed on the back. Let me go see if I can dig it up real quick.
Yeah, it lists like where you're supposed to bring it to. But yeah, I completely forget because that was
New Society
8
Stable
years ago.
Campus and
Delicacy.
Alabama's little delicacies.
Irretrievable.
So you know this little delicacy? Is she family to you? You got the same last name, it looks like.
Oh yeah, that's my daughter.
And your daughter is making this
I'm sorry.
cursed food?
Also, I misspoke. It's my granddaughter. I had to think about that.
Your granddaughter is making this these cursed sweets? That's
Oh no, that was because like I don't know if you remember, but the sign was wrote over. That used to be her store, but then it was taken over, and they started turning it into all this.
well, we're gonna set justice right and get rid of these evil sweets. If it's the last thing we do, grandmother, you have my word.
Well, I sure hope so. I don't need anyone out there tarnishing my family name.
The rest of your family live here in Valdolence too? Or are they back in Ratlandia?
Oh no, they're back in Ratlandia. I mean, there's some of them that have branched off and gone and done their own things, as some of them do, going to college everywhere and all that. But the majority of them are still in Ratlandia.
All right.
Must be something.
As you guys are having this conversation, you are coming up pretty close to the city, and you do spot whoever's on watch and above deck at the time. There are these 3 purple lights that are starting to approach. They seem to be coming from the city airborne towards your ship.
Oh no.
Friend Nomad, little orc, I think it might be time for Reginald.
Right. Form off Reginald.
All right, you guys
I need
take
a
on
sound
your
effect for that.
form
Shape
of
off
Reginald.
Reginald's head.
Okay, is there any magic involved in this, or is it literally just he climbs on your shoulders and you guys are Reginald?
I mean, if we need to, we can both cast disguise self.
Yeah,
maybe?
I have that prepared. Can we do that thing again where we disguise self as something really tall?
Sure.
Maybe a bugbear.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
As you guys are kind of getting into formation and casting these spells on yourselves, those of you who are kind of keeping watch up top are able to see that there are some riders approaching. They appear to be on the backs of these rather large pseudo-dragons, it kind of looks like. They're just kind of these pinkish-purple beasts with these butterfly-like wings, much larger than, the standard pseudo-dragon. They're big enough to serve as a mount. And it is these 3 elven guards in this ornate silver and gold regalia. with kind of these long, bright white feathers poking up from their hats and off the elbows of their outfits. Just very gleaming and regal and splendid and elven in all of their glory. And they kind of call out from the side, "Permission to land." It's spoken as a question, but you get the feeling it is more of a statement than a question.
Who's driving?
It's going to be
Remote,
a
maybe.
remote.
Permission granted.
All right, they all kind of fly over. They land on the deck of the ship. They dismount, and then they come over, shake hands. Pardon the interruptions, customs, just making sure everything is in order here. What is your business in Valdelens?
Well, you'll
Oh, we're just returning these to my granddaughter.
Understood. May we inspect them?
Oh, of course.
All right. So the one in charge kind of motions to the shorter one. Looks like he's probably the leader of the three. The shorter one comes over and takes a look to crack open the case. Kind of fishes through, sees that everything is in order. It's just snacks. You flew all the way out here just to deliver some snacks?
Oh, I mean, we're like passing. Plus, my granddaughter's here, so might as well swing by and see her when I have the chance. I'm not getting any younger, obviously.
Understood. What is your granddaughter's name?
It's a delicacy.
Delica. Like the food. Wait a second. Are you? Are you You'll see?
Oh, you got me. That's me. Insight. Just kidding. I insight myself.
Yule pulls out a gun.
I don't know, am I?
What's it to you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Surely you understand. We're just doing our jobs. Everything appears to be in order here. You'll want to go to the campus. It's over on the north side of town, but the docking harbor is on the south side of that tall spire. See that one right over there with the lights? Yes, the yellow one. If you get docked, you should be able to make your way through town and down towards the campus. It's awful late at night. I don't know if they're still open. But there are plenty of fine places to stay. I'm sure someone of your caliber can find quite the resorts for you and your company. I always knew your type was strange, but I must admit, this is a motley crew.
Oh, I just try and find friends in any place that I...
Understood. I wouldn't wander, or rather I should say, I would keep them close. I'm trying to think of who is not disguised here. That one might want to stay close to you, and he points to Flick. That one for sure, I would not let him leave your sight. Again, if you explain that he's with you, they will give him a pass, but just, don't let them wander far.
Oh, of course. I mean, as you know, I'm a grandma, and I keep my eye on everybody.
I understand. Anyway, sorry to trouble you, and good luck with your cookie business.
Oh, thank you so much.
And
I'll give each of them a piece of candy.
Aw. Yeah, they take it, and one of them pops it in the mouth. The other one does motion to another ship kind of approaching from the north. Like, all right, we'd better be on. And they mount up and head over towards that ship to go check it out.
Is Grandma like a rank?
All right, so there are multiple hands up. Let's go through these one at a time. Gale.
So just because this is obviously going to be relevant. Gale has since had a secret stash of one of those crates. Technically two of those crates. Which I have hidden somewhere on the ship, and I want to know if anyone has found them and taken them.
I don't think anyone has, gone looking for them, so I feel like it would just be a luck check, probably from Nordo?
Alright.
So, maybe Nordo make a luck check against Gale's stealth with advantage? Oh, they're gone. They're hidden.
Yeah. Excellent. I come up above deck afterwards, and I'm, just faces covered in Tasty
You
crumbs.
know?
It's real obvious what I've been doing.
Excellent.
Little dragon.
Yeah,
Did you gain weight?
rude.
It is good.
I just I look down. Maybe a little. Actually, probably a lot. I feel stronger though.
Yes,
You,
excellent.
You were kind enough to make this item for me, so I'm going to look the other way on this betrayal of our friendship.
And he turns around and cries a little Indian tear.
Nordo, what you got?
That 25 insight check up there was on the guy when he realized she was You'll See and was immediately like, oh, everything checks out here. I'm out of here.
Sure.
Can I just like, I don't know how to, like, did everything actually check out? Did that dude just straight up abdicate his duties because this is You'll See?
Okay.
I definitely didn't charm him. I don't know what you're talking about. These are not the droids you're looking for.
With a 25 insight, you don't get the sense that it was like a bribe or a threat. You don't think that something criminal just happened. You kind of get the feeling that it's like when a celebrity comes into your store and you like, oh shit, they're here. I better treat them real nice. Just kind of like a little bit of that. You get the feeling that You'll See might be a known name that this person recognized and suddenly wanted to like treat nicely.
May
so she's
I?
getting like the VIP treatment, not the like mob boss treatment.
That's what you get with the 25. You don't feel that something like underhanded or forceful has happened here.
Got it.
Okay, with the question in mind, who the fuck is You'll See? May I roll a history?
Have you already done it?
Yeah, but
I
I've
don't.
expertise in history now.
Oh, that's right. You got your expertise. Well, I've ruled it before, so yes, since you have a change in circumstances, you can give me another history check.
29.
You have had a month, or well, you've had several months now.
I have a 6-hour long vision.
You don't have a 6-hour long vision.
I go to Komodo.
As you've learned more things about these visions, as you have started to piece things together about what it is, what it isn't, and how it works, you're starting to realize that it's not just the memories of people who have been eaten by mind flayers. In fact, you can get visions from people who have never interacted with a mind flayer. You've used some of that information to start accessing more and newer memories that you didn't realize that you had before. Not that you really had good tabs on all of them to begin with. But through some combination of a greater understanding of your visions and a little bit of luck, you are aware of the name You'll See through some of your visions. Mostly people talking about a war to the west and how there were a few names who played big roles in this war as heroic fighters and adventurers. You just kind of get the sense that You'll See used to be a pretty famous name. They were an adventurer who played some big role in a war to the west a long time ago. Not like thousands of years ago, but like, back when Yule was young.
Yeah, do I know what was involved in this war?
29 history. You would know that there was a war.
Almost max.
I've also brought it up a couple times.
Yeah, a couple times.
That's how she knows the dragon.
Right. You would know that there was a war in Korax, which used to be part of Willingquet's territory, but it was suddenly and unexpectedly attacked by several dragons, who were able to take it pretty easily because it's hard to defend across the ocean like that, because there are monsters in the ocean. So that's probably the war that she played a role in.
Yeah, what are her feats? What made her so famous that people go the moment they see her?
You would know what you read in the news, which is basically that she was a powerful adventurer and she had some sort of magic and she was part of an adventuring group. You might not know like much more than that. You would just know that she used to be a very powerful adventurer.
Yeah, the people that be like, isn't that the lady who animated an entire mountain?
Yeah, I mean, you've probably heard little stories like that. It's hard to tell which ones are true and which ones are just rumors. Most of the stories that you've heard are feats of magic, feats of the arcane.
I heard she turned someone inside out and then baked them into a cake.
Yeah, you've heard like, oh, I heard she
I don't know if that's true.
I heard she killed a dragon single-handedly, or I heard that she like brought 23 people back to life. Just different stories like that.
Yeah.
However, as you're trying to rack your brain and think of what's going on, and as Flick is guiding the ship over to the docks, and as we start to wrap things up here, Yule, you suddenly feel this bizarre tingle that starts at your fingertips and your toe tips and the tip of your tail and the tips of your ears and the tips of your nose, and then it runs towards your center, towards your spine, towards the back of your neck. And you feel this just itching, tingling, almost similar to when you've cast a spell. It feels kind of like spell casting. But you didn't cast a spell, and you know that you didn't cast a spell, but it feels like you just cast a spell. And I need you to give me a charisma saving throw. All right. Nothing happens for a couple seconds, and the ship continues to fly over town, and then you feel all at once this connection drops. Whatever this thing was, it happened once, and then it's over. But then a few more
Do I
seconds...
recognize it?
Give me an Arcana check as a reaction. Not at first, you don't. But then a couple more seconds go by, and then you feel something whiz past your shoulder and land in your hand. And you look down, and you see a fortune cookie.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
All right, I'll pick it up. Do I recognize like anything about it?
I mean, you know that you use fortune cookies magically.
Yeah.
It feels kind of like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll grab it.
All right, you have a fortune cookie.
I'll do whatever it is to receive it. I forget if you had to, like, if you open it and read it, or if I have to eat it.
All right, you take it and you kind of hold it up and you crack it and peel it, and there's a little strip of paper. And as you crack it, you hear a little voice in your head that reads what is shown on the piece of paper, and it's just this tiny little voice. Help!
I am dying.
And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Just help.
But whose
So
voice
good.
is it?
Who knows, man?
Help. Just that. They used the spell. Just said help.
Help with no context. Perfect.
There's some
Wonder-
context. Who else can magically send a fortune cookie?